Hello, dear viewer. You're on the Sleepy Encyclopedia channel. Today you will plunge into the history of such warm, sweet, and one of the most beloved animals of man, cats. You will learn about their first appearance in human life, their influence on the course of history, their psychology, and much more. Lie back and enjoy watching. Chapter 1. Before the House Cat, the Ancient World of Felids. Long before a cat ever curled beside a human fireplace, long before it watched birds through a window or walked across a sleeping person's chest in the quiet hours before dawn, the story of cats had already been unfolding for millions of years. The house cat is such a familiar animal that it is easy to forget how ancient its design truly is. Behind the small face, the soft paws, the twitching whiskers, and the calm domestic manner lies the inheritance of one of nature's most refined hunting families, the Felids. Cats belong to the biological family Felidae, a group of carnivorous mammals that includes lions, tigers, leopards, jaguars, cheetahs, lynxes, pumas, servals, caracals, wildcats, and many smaller species that most people rarely see. They are not simply animals that happen to eat meat. They are specialized predators, shaped over deep time for stealth, precision, balance, and sudden explosive movement. The roots of the cat family reach back into the ancient world of carnivorous mammals, after the extinction of the dinosaurs, when mammals were rapidly diversifying into new forms. Among these early carnivores were ancestors that would eventually give rise to many modern meat-eating families, including dogs, bears, weasels, hyenas, civets, mongooses, and cats. The earliest true cats did not look exactly like modern house cats, but they already carried the basic idea of the feline body: a flexible spine, a relatively short face, sharp teeth designed for slicing flesh, and limbs suited not for endless pursuit, but for stalking and pouncing. Over time, evolution refined this body plan with extraordinary care. A cat became an animal built around the moment of the strike. Its senses detect the world in a way humans can hardly imagine. Its eyes are large and forward-facing, giving it excellent depth perception, especially useful when judging the distance to prey. Its pupils can narrow into slits or expand widely in dim light, helping many cats operate in the twilight hours when rodents and small birds are active. Its ears can rotate independently, catching faint rustles in grass or leaves. Its whiskers are not decorative hairs, but sensitive instruments that detect air currents, nearby objects, and the width of narrow spaces. Its paws are soft and padded, allowing it to move with near silence. Its claws, in most species, are retractable, kept sharp by being hidden when not in use. Its body is capable of stillness and sudden violence. First, the long pause, then the crouch, then the leap. Unlike wolves or wild dogs, which often depend on endurance, cooperation, and long chases, most cats are ambush hunters. They do not usually win by tiring prey out across great distances. They win by patience, concealment, and perfect timing. This difference shaped not only their bodies, but also their minds. Many felids became solitary animals, defending territories, hunting alone, and relying on their own senses rather than a pack. Of course, there are exceptions, and lions are the most famous one. Social cats that live in prides, coordinate in groups, and occupy open landscapes where cooperation can be useful. But the deeper feline pattern is the silent, individual hunter, moving through a private world of scent trails, shadows, and hidden movement. The domestic cat still carries this pattern. Even when fed from a bowl, it may stalk a toy mouse as though its survival depends on it. Even in a warm apartment, it studies corners, doorways, insects, and invisible sounds with the concentration of an ancient predator. The family Felidae eventually divided into different lineages, producing both the large roaring cats and the smaller purring cats. Big cats, such as lions, tigers, leopards, and jaguars, became symbols of strength in human cultures. But small cats are, in many ways, just as successful. They occupy deserts, forests, mountains, wetlands, grasslands, and cities. The world's smaller wildcats include the sand cat of deserts, the fishing cat of wetlands, the jungle cat of reed beds and river valleys, the ocelot of the Americas, the Pallas's cat of cold Central Asian landscapes, and the wildcats of Europe, Africa, and Asia. These animals show that the cat form is not a single lifestyle, but a flexible evolutionary solution. Some cats climb, some swim, some run, some hide in rocks, some hunt in snow, some specialize in birds, rodents, reptiles, fish, or insects. Yet they all share the same essential grace: compact power, controlled movement, and sensory sharpness. One of the most important features of cats is their role as obligate carnivores. This means that their bodies are deeply adapted to a meat-based diet. Unlike humans, bears, or dogs, cats cannot easily thrive on a wide variety of plant foods. Their metabolism depends on nutrients found in animal tissue, and their teeth reflect this specialization. A cat's mouth is not designed for grinding grain or chewing leaves. Its canine teeth grip, its carnassial teeth shear, and its jaw moves with the direct force of a predator. Even the familiar domestic cat, with its delicate appearance and playful habits, is biologically closer to a miniature leopard than to a general household pet in the human sense. Its instincts did not disappear when it entered human life. They were redirected, softened, and placed into a new environment. To understand cats properly, one must begin with this paradox. The cat is domestic, but not fully reshaped, intimate with humans, yet still anciently itself. By the time early humans appeared, cats had already become masters of their ecological roles. They were present in landscapes where our ancestors walked, hunted, gathered, and later settled. Humans would have known large cats as danger and competition, but also as powerful symbols. A lion or leopard could kill a person, steal livestock, or haunt the edge of a campfire's light. Smaller wildcats, however, occupied a quieter space. They were not companions yet. They were part of the background life of fields, scrublands, riverbanks, and rocky places. They hunted the animals that humans also noticed: mice, rats, small birds, snakes, and insects. They lived near human environments before they lived with humans. This is important because the story of the house cat is not the story of an animal captured and redesigned from the beginning. It is the story of a predator whose ancient habits happened to fit perfectly into a new human world. When people eventually began storing grain, they created an invitation without knowing it. Grain attracted rodents, rodents attracted small wildcats. And from this practical relationship, something new could begin. But that moment belongs to a later chapter. Before the first village cat, before Egypt, before temples, ships, medieval legends, royal portraits, cat shows, and internet fame, there was simply the feline body moving through the ancient world. There were paws in dust, eyes shining at dusk, ears turning toward hidden life in the grass. There were mothers carrying kittens by the scruff, young cats learning the geometry of the pounce, solitary hunters crossing territories marked by scent. The domestic cat's story begins not with humans, but with this long inheritance of silence, patience, and precision. Every time a modern cat crouches before jumping, narrows its eyes in half-sleep, needs a blanket, flicks its tail, or suddenly becomes alert to something no person can hear, it is revealing a fragment of that older history. The cat in the home is not a simple invention of civilization. It is an ancient hunter that found a place beside civilization without fully surrendering its wild design. That is why cats feel both close and mysterious. They belong to our houses, but they also seem to belong to moonlit fields, desert edges, temple shadows, and a much older night. Chapter 2. The Wild Ancestor. African Wildcats and the Birth of the Domestic Cat. The domestic cat may look completely at home on a sofa, a windowsill, or a warm blanket, but its closest ancestral shadow still walks through dry grass, rocky hills, desert edges, and scrublands. This ancestor is the African wildcat, usually known scientifically as Felis libica, especially the North African and Near Eastern form often linked with the origin of the house cat. At first glance, an African wildcat can look almost disappointingly familiar. It is not a dramatic creature like a lion, not strange like a mammal, not brightly patterned like an ocelot. It looks, in many ways, like a lean, sandy, slightly sharper version of an ordinary tabby cat. Its coat is usually pale gray, yellowish, or sandy brown, with faint stripes on the legs, face, and tail. Its body is longer-legged and more athletic than many domestic cats, its posture more alert, its movements more cautious. The tail often has dark rings near the end and a black tip. The ears are relatively large, helping it catch the smallest sounds in open country. If a person saw one at a distance, especially at dusk, they might simply think it was a stray cat. But this quiet resemblance is precisely what makes the African wildcat so important. It is not merely similar to the domestic cat, it is the living window into what the domestic cat was before it entered human history. The African wildcat is a small, solitary predator adapted to warm, open, and semi-open environments. It hunts rodents, birds, reptiles, insects, and other small animals, using patience rather than brute force. It does not usually chase prey across long distances. Instead, it listens, waits, crouches, advances carefully, and then strikes in a sudden burst of motion. This hunting style would later make it extremely useful around human settlements, but long before that happened, it was simply a survival strategy. A wildcat needed to live by its own attention. Every sound mattered. A rustle under dry leaves could mean food. A shadow overhead could mean danger. The scent of another wildcat could mark the edge of a territory. Unlike many social animals, African wildcats did not need a group to hunt. They lived mostly alone, meeting mainly for mating, with mothers raising kittens in hidden dens until the young were ready to learn the art of stalking for themselves. This solitary background helps explain why domestic cats remain so independent compared with many other domestic animals. Dogs descended from social wolves, animals already adapted to group life, hierarchy, cooperation, and close attention to others. Cats came from a different psychological world. Their ancestor was not looking for a pack. He was looking for opportunity, shelter, prey, and safety. The birth of the domestic cat was therefore not like the domestication of cattle, sheep, horses, or dogs. Humans did not begin by capturing wildcats and deliberately breeding them for obedience. The process was probably slower, quieter, and more mutual. When human communities began to farm, they changed the landscape in a way that mattered deeply to small predators. Farming meant stored grain. Stored grain attracted mice and rats. Mice and rats attracted wildcats. Around early villages, granaries, and later towns, humans accidentally created a perfect hunting ground. For a wildcat, a settlement full of rodents was not a human invention in any cultural sense. It was simply a rich ecological niche. The least fearful wildcats could come closer to human spaces, hunt the rodents, and benefit from the food supply. Humans, in turn, had reason to tolerate them. A wildcat that reduced pests was valuable, even if no one yet thought of it as a pet. In this early relationship, neither side needed to understand the future. The humans did not need to imagine cat cafes, internet memes, pedigree breeds, or sleeping companions. The cats did not need to become loyal servants. They only needed to be slightly less afraid of people than their wilder relatives. Over many generations, this small difference could become important. Wildcats that tolerated human presence had access to more rodents, and perhaps safer places to nest. Humans who allowed cats nearby benefited from cleaner food stores and fewer pests. This is why cats are often described as self-domesticated. The phrase does not mean that cats consciously domesticated themselves, but it captures the unusual nature of the relationship. Cats were not forced into human society in the same way as many herd animals. They slipped into it through the side door, following prey. Their domestication began not with a leash, a pen, or a plow, but with grain, mice, darkness, and patience. Even genetically and physically, the domestic cat remained very close to its wild ancestor. This is one reason house cats can still survive outdoors in many environments, although not always safely or harmlessly. Compared with dogs, which have been transformed into an astonishing range of sizes and body shapes, cats changed more subtly. Their skulls, teeth, hunting instincts, and body structure remained recognizably feline and recognizably wildcat-like. A Persian, a Siamese, a Maine Coon, and a street tabby may look different, but the range is still small compared with the difference between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane. The domestic cat did not need to become radically different to live with humans. Its original design already worked. It was small enough not to be a major threat, skilled enough to be useful, clean enough to live near dwellings, and independent enough not to require constant management. This is one of the great secrets of the cat's success. It entered civilization without surrendering too much of itself. The African wildcat also helps explain the emotional mystery of domestic cats. A cat can be affectionate, but usually on its own terms. It can sleep beside a person and still remain alert to tiny sounds. It can accept food from a human and still practice hunting movements on toys, insects, or shadows. It can live indoors for its entire life and still behave as though it carries a map of invisible territories. When it rubs its face against furniture, it is marking the world with scent. When it needs a blanket, it is echoing kittenhood and comfort. When it hides in a box, it is choosing security. When it watches from a high shelf, it is using vertical space like a small predator surveying its surroundings. These behaviors are not random quirks. They are traces of ancestry. The African wildcat did not vanish when the house cat was born. It remained inside the domestic cat's senses, muscles, habits, and instincts. The birth of the domestic cat was therefore not a single dramatic event, but a long transition. At one end stood the wildcat of dry landscapes, cautious, solitary, and efficient. At the other end stood the familiar household cat, able to recognize human voices, ask for food, seek warmth, and build bonds with people. Between them lay thousands of years of coexistence. Some cats remained wild. Some became village cats. Some moved into temples, ships, farms, markets, and homes. Some became symbols of protection, mystery, femininity, luck, danger, elegance, or mischief. But the beginning was humble and practical. A small, wild predator found that human settlements were full of prey. Humans found that this predator was useful and eventually charming. Out of that quiet exchange came one of the most successful companion animals in history. The domestic cat was born not from conquest, but from proximity. It began as a hunter at the edge of the firelight, neither fully outside nor fully inside, watching, listening, waiting. And perhaps that is why, even today, a cat can sit in a modern apartment and seem ancient. Its body is in the room, but its instincts still remember the wild ancestor moving through the dusk. Chapter 3. Cats and the First Farmers. The story of cats and humans begins not in palaces, temples, or royal tombs, but in the quiet revolution of farming. For most of human existence, people lived as hunters and gatherers, moving through landscapes according to seasons, animal migrations, wild plants, water, and weather. They carried what they needed, followed food rather than storing it in one permanent place, and left behind only temporary shelters, tools, bones, ashes, and footprints. In that older world, small wildcats existed near humans, but there was little reason for them to attach themselves to human life. A wandering band of people did not create a stable supply of mice. It did not build granaries. It did not leave sacks of grain in dark corners for months at a time. But when some human groups began to farm, the relationship between people, plants, animals, and the landscape changed forever. Farming meant settlement. Settlement meant storage. Storage meant pests. And pests meant cats. The first farmers did not simply plant seeds. They created a new kind of ecosystem. Fields of wheat, barley, and other early crops changed open land into predictable food zones. Harvested grain was gathered, dried, protected, and stored inside houses, pits, baskets, clay containers, and communal structures. To humans, stored grain meant security. It meant surviving winter, drought, hunger, and uncertainty. To rodents, it meant abundance. Mice and rats are opportunists, just as cats are opportunists in another way. They thrive wherever food, shelter, and warmth exist together. Early villages must have been astonishingly attractive to them. Grain stores, food scraps, woven baskets, mud brick walls, thatched roofing, hidden cracks, and human waste. A farming settlement was not merely a human achievement, it was also an invitation to every small creature able to exploit it. Rodents came first, slipping through walls, gnawing containers, breeding quickly, contaminating food, and threatening the fragile success of agriculture. For early farmers, a mouse was not just a nuisance. A mouse could mean lost calories, spoiled food, disease, and danger to survival. In a world without modern traps, poisons, sealed metal containers, or professional pest control, the presence of a skilled natural hunter mattered greatly. This is where the wildcat entered the human story. The African and Near Eastern wildcats that lived around these early agricultural zones were already experts at hunting small animals. They did not need training. They did not need to be taught that a granary was useful. They only needed to notice that human settlements attracted prey. At first, they probably approached cautiously, especially at night or in the dim hours of morning and evening. They would have hunted at the edges of fields, near storage huts, around refuse piles, and between houses. Some humans may have feared them, ignored them, or chased them away. But over time, people must have noticed the obvious pattern. Where cats hunted, rodents suffered. A wildcat near the grain was not like a fox stealing chickens or a wolf threatening livestock. It was a small predator that mostly targeted the very animals humans wanted gone. This created a rare ecological agreement. Humans benefited from the cat's presence. Cats benefited from human settlement. Neither side needed affection at first. The first stage of the human-cat relationship was practical, almost accidental, and probably very slow. It may have begun with tolerance. A farmer sees a wildcat near the storehouse and does not kill it. A child watches kittens hidden in a wall and leaves them alone. A family throws scraps where a useful hunting cat might return. A less fearful wildcat gives birth near human buildings, and her kittens grow up hearing human voices, smelling smoke, and seeing people as part of the landscape, rather than immediate danger. Generation after generation, the boldest and calmest cats had an advantage in these new environments. They could come closer to villages, hunt more rodents, and raise young near a steady supply of prey. The most fearful wildcats remained in wilder places. The friendlier ones did not become pets overnight, but they became village cats. This is why the early domestication of cats is often described as a process of commensalism, a relationship in which one species benefits from living near another without immediately being controlled by it. Cats were not harnessed, milked, ridden, sheared, or locked behind fences. They were allowed. That simple difference shaped everything that followed. The first farmers domesticated plants by selecting seeds. They domesticated goats, sheep, cattle, and pigs through management, breeding, and confinement. But cats entered by invitation and usefulness. They moved along the border between the wild and the human-made world. In this sense, the farm was the first doorway into domestication. The cat did not begin as a luxury animal. It began as a guardian of stored food. Before it became a symbol of elegance, magic, comfort, or mystery, it was part of the agricultural system. It protected grain by doing what it had always done, listening for small feet, waiting beside walls, striking in darkness. The rise of farming also changed human imagination. A hunter-gatherer world is mobile and immediate, but a farming world depends on patience, cycles, property, storage, inheritance, and place. People began living among the same houses, fields, animals, and tools for years. They watched the same useful cats return night after night. Familiarity grows from repetition. A wild animal that appears once may be only a creature of the landscape. A wild animal that appears every evening near the doorway, raises kittens under the roof, and keeps the grain safe, begins to become something else. People may have started naming individual cats long before they fully considered them pets. They may have recognized temperaments, the bold hunter, the cautious mother, the kitten that came close to the hearth, the striped cat that slept near the storage room. In such small observations, companionship could begin. This does not mean early farm cats were tame in the modern sense. Many were probably semi-wild, living beside humans rather than under human command. They may have accepted scraps but avoided touch. They may have slept in barns but not in beds. Yet even this half-wild existence was enough to change the course of feline history. A cat born in a village learned a different world from a cat born in open scrub. It learned human smells, human rhythms, the sound of grinding grain, the smoke of cooking fires, the movement of livestock, the noises of children, tools, doors, and footsteps. It learned that people could be dangerous, but also predictable. And humans learned that cats were not simply wild predators. They were useful neighbors. From these early farming communities, cats would eventually spread with human movement. Wherever agriculture traveled, rodents followed. Wherever rodents followed, cats had a role. This made the cat unusually suited to the expanding human world. It did not need vast pasture like cattle. It did not need heavy feeding like working dogs might. It could live on what human life accidentally produced: mice, rats, scraps, shelter, warmth. The more humans built, stored, traded, and sailed, the more opportunities appeared for cats. Their history would later pass through Egypt: ships, markets, monasteries, castles, farms, and cities. But the first essential partnership was born in the granary. It is a humble origin, but a powerful one. The house cat is often treated as a creature of comfort, but its first gift to civilization was protection. It guarded the harvest, not through loyalty in the human sense, but through appetite, instinct, and skill. The first farmers may not have understood genetics, domestication, or ecology, but they understood survival. They knew that grain was life, and any creature that helped protect it deserved a place nearby. So the cat came closer. Not all at once, not as a servant, and not as a possession, but as a silent hunter, moving between the field and the home. In the shadow of early agriculture, a new relationship began. Humans made villages. Villages made grain stores. Grain stores made mice. And mice made room for cats. Chapter 4. Were cats truly domesticated? The question of whether cats were truly domesticated is more complicated than it first appears, because the domestic cat lives in a strange borderland between the wild and the tame. A dog usually seems like an animal profoundly reshaped by human life. It looks to people for instruction, follows social cues, works in groups, depends heavily on human approval, and comes in forms so different that a wolf, a pug, and a greyhound almost seem like separate ideas of an animal. A cow, a sheep, a horse, or a chicken also bears the obvious marks of domestication, because humans have changed its body, behavior, breeding, movement, and survival. But a cat is different. A house cat may sleep on a pillow, eat from a bowl, answer to a name, and rub its face against a human hand. Yet the same animal may also stalk birds, vanish into bushes, defend territory, avoid strangers, and produce kittens that, without early human contact, quickly become almost wild. This is why cats are sometimes called only semi-domesticated, not because they are not domestic animals at all, but because their domestication followed a gentler, looser, and more independent path than that of many other species. To understand the difference, we need to think about what domestication really means. Domestication is not simply taming one individual animal. A tamed wild animal may become accustomed to humans during its lifetime, but its offspring are not automatically domesticated. True domestication happens across generations, when a population changes because living with or near humans affects which animals survive, reproduce, and pass on their traits. In dogs, sheep, cattle, and horses, humans played a strong role in selecting the animals they wanted. They chose calmer individuals, stronger individuals, faster individuals, animals that gave more milk, carried more weight, grew more wool, guarded property, pulled carts, or obeyed commands. Cats, however, were not originally selected in such a direct way. Early humans did not need to teach a cat how to hunt mice. They did not need to breed cats for strength, milk, wool, meat, or transport. The cat's natural behavior already made it useful. It was small, quiet, clean, efficient, and skilled at killing rodents. Because of this, The first stage of cat domestication probably depended less on human control and more on human tolerance. The wildcats that were less afraid of people could live near villages, granaries, barns, temples, and ships. They found prey there. Humans allowed them to remain because they reduced pests. Over time, the cats most comfortable around human settlements had more chances to survive in those environments. This is a form of domestication, but it is unusually subtle. Cats were not dragged into civilization. They approached it. They did not become domestic by surrendering their entire nature. They became domestic by discovering that human civilization produced excellent hunting grounds. This is why the word self-domestication is often used when discussing cats. Of course, cats did not consciously domesticate themselves. They did not make a decision to join humanity. The phrase means that natural selection favored the cats that could tolerate human presence. In the beginning, the most important domestic trait may not have been affection, obedience, or cuteness. It may simply have been reduced fear. A wildcat that panicked at every human smell would remain far from villages. A wildcat that could hunt near human buildings without fleeing constantly would gain access to many rodents. That small behavioral difference, repeated over generations, could gradually produce cats that were more relaxed around people. Only later would humans begin to value them not just as hunters, but as companions. This delayed emotional domestication is part of what makes cats so fascinating. They entered the human world first as ecological partners and only slowly became intimate household animals. Their bodies show this history. Domestic cats are still extremely close to their wild ancestors in shape and function. Their teeth remain those of small carnivores. Their claws remain effective weapons. Their eyes, ears, whiskers, and muscles are still tuned for hunting. Even their digestive system reflects their identity as obligate carnivores. A modern cat may prefer a sunny blanket to a desert burrow, but biologically it is not far removed from the wildcat. The differences do exist, however. Domestic cats are generally more tolerant of human presence, more socially flexible, and more likely to communicate with people through vocalizations such as meowing. Adult wildcats do not usually talk to humans in the way pet cats do. Domestic cats have also developed coat colors and patterns that would often be disadvantageous in the wild, where camouflage matters. White patches, orange coats, long hair, flat faces, folded ears, and other traits became more common only when human preference and protected living allowed them to survive. Yet these changes are relatively recent and uneven compared with the long history of village and farm cats. For thousands of years, most cats were probably not carefully bred at all. They bred with one another freely, moved through human settlements, and remained practical animals more than decorative ones. Only in the last few centuries, especially with the rise of organized cat shows and pedigree breeding, did humans begin deliberately shaping cats into named breeds. This means that the domestic cat spent most of its history as a companion of civilization, but not as a fully controlled product of civilization. Another reason cats seem only partly domesticated is that they can return to a feral state so easily. A feral cat is not the same as a true wildcat, but it may live independently of humans, hunt for food, avoid touch, and form loose colonies around resources. The ability of domestic cats to survive without direct human care reveals how much of the wild design remains intact. Many domestic animals cannot do this well. A highly specialized dairy cow, for example, is deeply dependent on human systems. A toy dog breed may struggle to survive in the wild. But a cat, especially one with a more natural body shape, can often hunt, hide, reproduce, and navigate outdoor environments with impressive skill. This does not mean outdoor life is safe for cats or harmless for wildlife. But it does show that domestication did not erase their independence. In the home, this independence becomes part of their charm and part of the misunderstanding between cats and people. Humans often expect love to look like obedience, constant attention, and visible enthusiasm. Dogs often express social attachment in ways humans recognize easily. Cats express attachment more quietly, choosing to rest nearby, blinking slowly, following from room to room, rubbing scent onto a person, bringing their body into the same space without demanding constant interaction. Their affection can be real, but it is shaped by the psychology of a solitary predator rather than a pack animal. This is why asking whether cats are truly domesticated may lead to the wrong kind of answer if we expect domestication to look the same in every species. Cats are domesticated, but they are domesticated in a feline way. They were changed enough to live with us, trust us, communicate with us, and form bonds with us, but not changed so much that they lost the deep structure of their ancestral life. They remain hunters inside homes, territory keepers inside apartments, and independent minds inside relationships. Their domestication was not a conquest, but a negotiation that lasted thousands of years. Humans offered warmth, shelter, food, and a world full of rodents. Cats offered pest control, presence, mystery, and eventually companionship. Neither side became complete master of the other. Perhaps this is why cats still feel different from other domestic animals. A cat in the house does not seem like a creature fully invented by human desire. It seems like an ancient animal that agreed to live near us, then with us, but never entirely under us. Its domestic life is real, but so is its wild inheritance. The answer, then, is yes. Cats were truly domesticated. But they were not domesticated like dogs, horses, sheep, or cattle. They were domesticated quietly, gradually, and partly on their own terms. That is the secret at the heart of the house cat. It belongs to humanity, but never completely. Chapter 5. Cats in Ancient Egypt. If the first farmers gave cats a practical place beside human life, ancient Egypt gave them something larger: status, symbolism, and sacred meaning. In Egypt, the cat was not merely a useful hunter moving through grain stores and courtyards. It became a creature of protection, elegance, fertility, domestic peace, divine power, and mystery. Few civilizations are as strongly associated with cats as ancient Egypt, and although the modern imagination sometimes exaggerates the idea that Egyptians worshipped cats in a simple way, there is truth behind the fascination. Egyptians did not see cats as ordinary animals. They saw in them a strange combination of qualities that mattered deeply to their world: gentleness and danger, motherhood and hunting, household calm, and supernatural force. A cat could sleep beside a child, then kill a snake. It could move silently through the home, then leap with terrifying speed. It could be affectionate, but never fully submissive. To the Egyptians, who filled their world with sacred symbols, this was not meaningless behavior. It was a sign that the cat belonged to the border between daily life and divine order. Ancient Egypt was a civilization built around the Nile, agriculture, grain, and the constant struggle to preserve life against chaos. Every year the Nile flooded, bringing fertile soil. Fields grew, harvests were stored. Food had to be protected from rodents, insects, and decay. In such a world, cats were naturally valuable. They hunted mice and rats that threatened grain supplies. They also hunted snakes and scorpions, creatures that could bring death into homes and storage areas. A cat near the house was not simply charming. It was a guardian. It protected food, children, and domestic space. This practical role probably came before the sacred role, but in Egypt, the practical and the sacred were rarely separate. If an animal protected the home, if it defended the harvest, if it stood against dangerous creatures, then it participated in the cosmic struggle between order and chaos. The Egyptians called this divine order Ma'at, balance, truth, harmony, and the proper structure of the world. Anything that helped preserve life could be understood as part of that order. In this sense, the cat's war against vermin and venomous creatures became more than pest control. It became a small earthly reflection of a much larger spiritual principle. Egyptian art gives us some of the most beautiful early images of cats in human society. Cats appear beneath chairs, beside women, in hunting scenes, near food, and in domestic settings. These images are important because they show that cats were not only temple symbols, but also household companions. A cat under a chair in a tomb painting may seem like a tiny detail, but such details tell us that cats had become familiar enough to be included in visions of the good life. Tomb art was not casual decoration. It represented ideals, status, memory, and the hoped-for continuation of life after death. To include a cat in such a scene suggests that the animal belonged to the household world people wished to preserve. Some images show cats helping in hunting scenes, especially in marshes, where birds rise from papyrus thickets. Whether these scenes are literal records of trained cats or symbolic representations is debated, but they reveal how strongly Egyptians associated cats with alertness, movement, and the capture of small creatures. The Egyptian cat was both real and symbolic at the same time. It was an animal people knew intimately and a figure through which they imagined protection, pleasure, and divine power. One of the most famous divine associations of the cat was with Bastet, a goddess whose character changed over time. Earlier Egyptian lioness goddesses could be fierce, destructive, and warlike, representing the dangerous heat of the sun, royal power, and the violence needed to defeat enemies. Bastet, too, had older connections with lioness power, but over centuries she became increasingly associated with the domestic cat. This transformation is fascinating because it mirrors the cat itself. A lioness is open power, public danger, royal violence. A house cat is smaller, softer, closer to the home, yet still armed with teeth, claws, and predatory skill. Bastet came to represent protection, music, joy, fertility, motherhood, perfume, dance, and the safety of the household. But she never became powerless. Like the cat, she could be gentle without being weak. Her worship was especially important in the city of Bubastis, where festivals in her honor became famous. Greek writers later described crowds traveling by boat to celebrate her festival with music, dancing, drinking, and offerings. Even if such accounts carry the perspective and exaggerations of outsiders, they suggest that Bastet's cult was lively, popular, and emotionally important. Through Bastet, the cat became connected not only with usefulness, but with celebration, femininity, pleasure, and divine guardianship. The sacred status of cats also led to practices that seem unusual or even disturbing to modern readers, especially the mummification of cats. Egyptians mummified many animals, not because they confused them with gods in a simplistic way, but because animals could serve as sacred offerings, manifestations, symbols, or messengers connected with particular deities. Cat mummies have been found in enormous numbers, especially in religious contexts connected with Bastet. Some were beloved pets buried with care. Others were bred and mummified as votive offerings, given by worshippers seeking favor, protection, or connection with the goddess. This practice reveals both reverence and complexity. It shows that cats occupied a powerful religious position, but it also shows that sacred animals could become part of organized temple economies. A cat could be loved as a companion, honored as a divine symbol, or used as a ritual offering. Ancient cultures often held together ideas that modern people separate. To an Egyptian, the sacred was not abstract and distant. It was embodied in statues, animals, rivers, stars, kings, rituals, and daily actions. Cats could therefore be sacred without ceasing to be animals. They could catch mice in the home and also belong to the world of gods. There are also famous stories about the legal and emotional protection of cats in Egypt, including claims that killing a cat could be punished severely, and that families mourned cats by shaving their eyebrows. Some of these accounts come from later classical authors and must be treated carefully, because foreign writers sometimes turned Egypt into a land of strange customs for their own audiences. Still, the broader point remains credible. Cats were deeply valued, and their death could matter. The idea of mourning a cat is not hard to believe when one looks at Egyptian household art and burial customs. People who lived closely with animals often formed emotional bonds with them. A cat that protected the home, gave birth to kittens, sat near the family, and appeared in daily life would not have been merely a tool. It would have had presence. The emotional bond between humans and cats may not have looked exactly like modern pet ownership, but it was real enough to enter art, religion, and burial practice. Egypt also played a major role in the spread of cats beyond its borders. As Egyptian trade, influence, and contact with other Mediterranean peoples expanded, cats traveled too. Some may have moved through trade networks, ships, diplomatic gifts, or informal exchange. Because cats were useful on ships and in ports, their movement across the ancient world was almost inevitable. Wherever grain was stored and transported, rodents followed. Wherever rodents appeared, cats were welcome. In this way, the Egyptian cat was not only a sacred household animal, but also a traveler. From the Nile Valley, cats became more visible across the Mediterranean world, eventually appearing in Greek, Roman, and later European contexts. The Egyptian phase of cat history helped transform the cat from a tolerated village hunter into a culturally meaningful companion. It gave the cat an image that has never fully disappeared: graceful, mysterious, feminine, watchful, sacred, and slightly untouchable. Even today, when people imagine cats as ancient, magical, or royal, they are often unconsciously borrowing from Egypt. The seated cat statue, upright and calm, wearing earrings or a collar, seems to contain everything humans have projected onto cats for thousands of years. It looks domestic, but not obedient, beautiful, but not decorative, still, but alert, close to humans, but somehow belonging to another order of reality. That is the Egyptian cat in its most lasting form. Ancient Egypt did not invent the cat, and it may not have been the only place where domestication developed, but it gave cats one of their first great cultural identities. In Egypt, cats protected grain, guarded homes, inspired art, entered tombs, served goddesses, traveled through trade, and became symbols of divine balance. They were practical animals elevated into sacred meaning. The farmer's hunter became the goddess's creature. The silent visitor of the granary became the watchful figure beneath the chair, the bronze statue in the temple, the mummy wrapped for eternity, and the beloved presence in the household. In the long story of cats, ancient Egypt is the chapter where the cat first became more than useful. It became iconic. Chapter 6. The Goddess Bastet and the Sacred Cat. To understand why cats became so powerful in the imagination of ancient Egypt, one must look closely at Bastet, the goddess whose name became inseparable from feline grace, protection, joy, and sacred mystery. Bastet was not simply the cat goddess in the simple, modern sense, as if the Egyptians had invented a divine mascot for a beloved animal. Her history was older, deeper, and more changeable. Like many Egyptian deities, she transformed over time, absorbing different meanings as society, religion, politics, and daily life changed around her. In her earliest forms, Bastet was often connected not with the gentle house cat, but with the lioness, the great feline of royal power and danger. The lioness in Egyptian religion was a terrifying and magnificent creature. She represented the burning force of the sun, the fury of divine punishment, the violence needed to defend order, and the protective rage of a mother or a queen. Several Egyptian goddesses carried this lioness energy, including Sekhmet, who could bring plague and destruction, and who also had the power to heal. Bastet belonged to this older world of fierce feline divinity, but over the centuries her image softened and shifted. As the domestic cat became more familiar and beloved in Egyptian homes, Bastet increasingly took on the form of a woman with the head of a cat, or a seated cat adorned with jewelry. This change did not mean she became weak. It meant her power moved closer to the household. She became a goddess of protection, fertility, music, dance, perfume, pleasure, motherhood, and domestic safety. In this transformation, we can see the genius of Egyptian symbolism. The house cat was smaller than the lioness, but it contained the same secret structure: gentleness with hidden claws, affection with independence, beauty with danger, calm with sudden speed. Bastet was the divine version of that paradox. She could bless a home with warmth, children, celebration, and sensual delight. But she could also defend it from snakes, disease, evil spirits, and chaos. Her sacredness was not abstract. It touched the ordinary life of people. A woman hoping for fertility, a mother wishing to protect her children, a household seeking safety, a musician or dancer entering celebration, a person bringing an offering for health or joy, all could find meaning in Bastet. Her worship was especially centered in the city of Bubastis, known to the Egyptians as Per-Bast, meaning the house or domain of Bastet. This city in the Nile Delta became one of the great religious centers associated with feline divinity. Later Greek writers described the festival of Bastet as one of the most popular and joyful in Egypt, with great crowds traveling by boat, playing music, singing, dancing, drinking, and celebrating along the river. Even if such accounts may be colored by the surprise or exaggeration of foreign observers, they preserve an important truth. Bastet was not a remote goddess of silence and fear. She was a goddess of living energy. Her festival seems to have joined the sacred and the festive in a way that was deeply Egyptian, because religion in Egypt was not always solemn in the modern sense. The gods could be honored through procession, music, scent, offerings, food, sexuality, laughter, and collective joy. Bastet's connection with perfume is especially revealing. Perfume in Egypt was not merely cosmetic. It was linked with luxury, purification, seduction, divine presence, and the pleasant order of civilized life. A world that smelled sweet, where music played and bodies were adorned, was a world defended against decay, disorder, and death. In that sense, Bastet was a goddess of the protected home and the delighted body. She stood against chaos not only with violence, but with beauty. The sacred cat, as her animal, carried this meaning into visible form. A cat moving through an Egyptian house could be seen as more than an animal doing useful work. It could be imagined as a living echo of Bastet's protection. Cats killed mice that threatened grain, but they also killed snakes, and snakes, in Egyptian symbolism, could represent both divine power and dangerous chaos. The image of a cat defeating a serpent became especially important. In some religious scenes, a great cat is shown attacking the serpent Apophis, the enemy of the sun god Ra. Apophis represented cosmic disorder, the force that threatened the sun's journey and the stability of creation. The cat, therefore, was not only a household hunter, but also an image of divine defense. When a cat caught a snake near a doorway or a storage room, that small event could be understood as part of a much larger pattern. Order overcoming danger, light overcoming darkness, life defending itself against destruction. This is why the sacred cat in Egypt cannot be reduced either to pet or idol. It lived in both worlds. It was real fur, real teeth, real appetite, real sleep in the sun. And at the same time, it was a sign of invisible forces. Egyptian religion worked through such connections. Animals were not worshipped because Egyptians were naive or unable to distinguish symbol from reality. Rather, animals were honored because they displayed qualities through which divine powers could be recognized. The falcon showed kingship and sky power. The ibis suggested wisdom and sacred writing. The crocodile embodied both danger and protection in the Nile. The cow represented motherhood, nourishment, and the heavens. The cat expressed watchfulness, fertility, sensuality, hidden force, and domestic guardianship. Bastet gathered these meanings into one divine figure. The mummification of cats was one of the strongest signs of this sacred relationship. Pilgrims and worshippers could offer mummified cats to Bastet, hoping for favor, healing, fertility, protection, or gratitude. Some cat mummies may have been beloved household animals preserved after death. Others were raised specifically for ritual offering, which can feel uncomfortable from a modern perspective. Yet, in the logic of Egyptian religion, the offering of a sacred animal was not meaningless cruelty or mere decoration. It was a material prayer. The cat's body became part of communication with the goddess. Temples were not only places of worship, but centers of economy, craft, animal keeping, ritual preparation, and pilgrimage. Cat cemeteries and votive mummies show how enormous Bastet's cult became, especially in later periods. The sacred cat moved from the home to the temple, from daily life to eternity. Bronze statues of cats also reveal the elegance of this religious imagination. Many show the cat seated upright, symmetrical, alert, almost royal. Some wear collars, earrings, or protective symbols. Their stillness is part of their power. A seated cat does not need to roar to command attention. It watches, it waits, it contains itself. This image has become one of the most recognizable artistic forms from Egypt because it captures what people still feel about cats today. They seem domestic, yet never completely possessed. They accept proximity, but preserve dignity. They can be adored, but not easily controlled. Bastet's sacred cat, therefore, expresses a relationship between humans and cats that is not based on mastery. It is based on admiration, usefulness, fear, tenderness, and symbolic imagination. The Egyptians did not simply like cats. They found in them a language for thinking about life. Through Bastet, the cat became connected to birth, motherhood, joy, protection, and the survival of order. It guarded the granary and the cradle. It belonged to music and perfume, to festivals and temples, to women's spaces and divine warfare against chaos. It could be soft enough to live near children, and fierce enough to stand against serpents in myth. This is why Bastet remains so memorable. She is not only an ancient goddess with a cat's head, she is one of history's clearest examples of how a human culture can look at an animal and see not only biology, but meaning. In the sacred cat, Egypt saw the mystery of controlled power, claws hidden in velvet, danger wrapped in beauty, wildness resting peacefully inside the home. Chapter 7. Cats across the ancient world. Once, cats had found a place near human settlements and gained extraordinary cultural importance in Egypt. Their story began to widen across the ancient world. They were no longer only small hunters of fields and granaries or sacred animals of the Nile Valley. They became travelers. They moved with merchants, sailors, soldiers, migrants, priests, and farmers. They followed grain, trade, ships, conquest, and the slow expansion of human civilization. The movement of cats was not like the spread of a formal invention, where one society deliberately exports a tool or technology. It was more organic and more silent. Wherever people stored food, rodents appeared. Wherever rodents appeared, cats became useful. A cat did not need to understand maps or empires. It only needed to find prey, shelter, and a tolerable place near humans. In this way, the cat became one of the great unofficial companions of ancient globalization. Its spread followed the roots of human need. The Mediterranean world was especially important in this process. Around its shores, ancient societies built ports, warehouses, ships, farms, cities, markets, and military bases. Grain moved constantly across the sea. Egypt, with its fertile Nile Valley, became a major source of grain for other powers at different periods, especially later for the Roman world. Grain ships were vulnerable to rodents, and ports were ideal habitats for mice and rats. A ship full of food, ropes, cloth, wooden spaces, and hidden corners was almost a floating rodent paradise. Cats were the natural solution. Once a cat boarded a ship, willingly or by human placement, it could travel far beyond its birthplace. It might disembark in a new harbor, breed with local cats, or become part of another settlement's population. This is one reason cats spread so effectively. They were useful in exactly the environments that connected the ancient world. Trade routes did not only carry metals, spices, wine, oil, textiles, and ideas. They also carried animals, deliberately and accidentally. Cats slipped into this moving web of exchange. For a long time, Egypt may have tried to control the movement of cats, or at least later traditions suggest that cats were highly valued and not casually exported. But no society could fully prevent useful animals from traveling with humans. Merchants, sailors, and foreign visitors would have seen their value. A cat that could protect food stores was too practical to remain in one region forever. Gradually, cats became more common around the eastern Mediterranean, then in Greece, Rome, and beyond. In the Greek world, cats did not immediately hold the same sacred position they had in Egypt. Greeks already had other small animals associated with pest control, such as weasels and ferrets. The cat was at first exotic, perhaps admired partly because of its Egyptian associations. Greek contact with Egypt, especially through trade, colonization, warfare, and later Hellenistic rule after Alexander the Great, helped bring Egyptian animals and symbols into wider circulation. The cat could be viewed as a curiosity, a graceful, foreign creature, or a useful hunter. Over time, however, its practical advantages became clear. Compared with a weasel, a cat was easier to live with, visually appealing, and capable of forming a different kind of relationship with people. It was not only a pest controller, it was an animal that could become part of domestic space. Its elegance made it easy to associate with femininity, luxury, and refinement, while its hunting ability made it useful in real life. In Rome, cats became increasingly widespread. The Romans were brilliant builders of networks: roads, ports, military camps, villas, cities, and trade routes stretched across Europe, North Africa, and Western Asia. Such a world created endless opportunities for cats. Roman households, farms, granaries, and ships all needed protection from rodents. Cats appear in Roman art and archaeology, though they competed symbolically and practically with other animals. In some contexts, cats became associated with liberty, perhaps because they could not easily be forced into obedience. This idea is important because it shows that even in antiquity, people noticed something unusual about cats. They lived with humans, but they did not behave like servants. A dog could be trained to guard, herd, hunt, or follow orders. A horse could be bridled. An ox could be yoked. A cat could be encouraged, tolerated, fed, admired, and welcomed, but not commanded in the same way. Its independence was part of its identity. Across the Roman Empire, cats could move from warm southern ports to colder northern provinces. Soldiers and settlers carried domestic habits with them. Grain depots and military supply systems created rodent problems far from the Mediterranean. Cats followed these systems because they were useful wherever human storage existed. In this sense, the Roman world may have helped spread domestic cats across Europe more effectively than any earlier civilization. As the empire expanded, it unintentionally expanded the cat's territory. But cats did not travel only westward. In the Near East and across parts of Asia, small cats also entered human life through agriculture, trade, and urban settlement. The relationship between humans and cats developed differently in different places because cultures did not assign the same meanings to animals. In some regions, cats were admired primarily for pest control. In others, they became linked with good fortune, spirituality, beauty, or domestic comfort. The important point is that cats were flexible. They could fit into many symbolic systems because they were already ambiguous animals. They were hunters, but small enough to be companions. They were affectionate, but independent. They were useful, but also beautiful. They belonged to the house, the street, the barn, the ship, and the temple. This flexibility allowed many cultures to interpret cats in their own way. In ancient China, cats eventually became associated with protection of grain and silkworms, because rodents could threaten both food and valuable materials. In parts of Asia, cats entered folklore as guardians, lucky creatures, or mysterious beings able to cross boundaries. In India and surrounding regions, cats appeared in stories with mixed qualities, sometimes clever, sometimes greedy, sometimes holy, sometimes comic. In the Islamic world, which belongs more fully to a later chapter but has roots in the ancient Near Eastern environment, cats would become especially respected for cleanliness and companionship. All of these later developments depended on the cat's earlier movement through human systems. The ancient world created the roads and sea lanes through which cats could become nearly universal. Archaeology helps us imagine this spread not as one simple line, but as many overlapping waves. There were local wildcats in different regions and domestic cats traveling from regions already connected with humans. There was likely interbreeding between domestic cats and wildcat populations. There were village cats, ship cats, temple cats, market cats, and household cats. The cat's spread was not a neat story of one animal carried from one point to all others. It was a broad and messy process, shaped by ecology, human movement, and opportunity. Ancient DNA studies have shown that cat lineages moved with humans across great distances, especially through farming and maritime networks. This confirms what the historical pattern already suggests. Cats became companions of human civilization because civilization created exactly the conditions they could exploit. The ancient world was full of thresholds, and cats are creatures of thresholds. They lived between wild land and settlement, between storage room and field, between ship and shore, between sacred symbol and practical worker. A cat in an Egyptian temple, a Greek courtyard, a Roman granary, or a merchant ship may have looked similar, but its meaning changed with the culture around it. To one person, it was sacred. To another, foreign and elegant. To another, useful. To another, lucky. To another, simply the animal that kept the mice away. Yet beneath all these interpretations was the same feline presence. Watchful, silent, adaptable, and difficult to possess completely. By the end of antiquity, cats had already traveled far beyond their ancestral landscapes. They had entered the homes, ports, ships, and stories of many peoples. They had not conquered the ancient world loudly, like armies or empires. They had spread quietly, one granary, one harbor, one household, and one litter of kittens at a time. Their success came from an unusual partnership with humanity. People built the world, and cats found the hidden spaces within it. Chapter 8. Cats on Ships and the Age of Sail. Few places reveal the practical genius of cats more clearly than ships. A ship may seem, at first, like an unnatural home for a cat, surrounded by water, shaken by wind, crowded with ropes, barrels, sails, damp wood, strange smells, and the restless movement of human bodies. Yet for many centuries, ships became one of the most important stages in the global story of cats. Long before engines, refrigeration, sealed metal containers, and modern pest control, ships were floating ecosystems. They carried grain, dried meat, salted fish, biscuits, cloth, rope, spices, seeds, and countless other goods. They also carried rats and mice. Rodents could climb aboard in ports, hide in cargo, nest in dark corners, chew through sacks, spoil food, damage ropes, spread disease, and multiply during long voyages. For sailors, rodents were not a minor irritation. They were a threat to survival, profit, hygiene, and the safety of the ship itself. A voyage might last weeks, months, or even years. Food stores had to be protected. Ropes and sails had to remain intact. Cargo had to reach its destination. In such a world, the cat was not decoration. It was a working member of the crew. The ship's cat belonged to an old tradition that likely began in antiquity, when cats traveled across the Mediterranean and other trade networks. But it became especially vivid during the Age of Sail. This was the period when wind-powered ships connected continents, empires, colonies, ports, and markets on an unprecedented scale. European, Arab, Chinese, Indian, and other maritime cultures all understood that life at sea required animals. Ships carried dogs, birds, livestock, and sometimes exotic creatures. But the cat had a special place because it solved a constant problem without needing much space. A cat could live among barrels, sleep in warm corners, and hunt in the ship's hidden architecture. It could squeeze into places a human could not reach. It could hear movement behind boards. It could stalk at night when rodents emerged to feed. The ship's cat turned the vessel into a hunting ground. In return, it received food, shelter, and the strange companionship of sailors, who often lived between danger and loneliness. The relationship between sailors and cats was practical, but it quickly became emotional and superstitious. Life at sea has always encouraged superstition, not because sailors were foolish, but because the ocean is unpredictable. A calm sky can become a storm. A safe route can become a grave. Winds fail, masts break, diseases spread, reefs appear, fires begin, and ships vanish. When human beings live under such uncertainty, they search for signs, rituals, and protective symbols. Cats fit perfectly into this world of omens. They were mysterious animals already associated in many cultures with luck, danger, hidden knowledge, and the supernatural. On ships, their behavior could be read as meaningful. If a cat was calm, perhaps the voyage would be safe. If it became restless, perhaps a storm was coming. If it licked its fur against the grain, sailors might imagine changes in weather. If it refused to board, that could be taken as a warning. Different maritime traditions held different beliefs. Some considered black cats lucky aboard ships, even if black cats were feared in other settings. Some believed a cat falling overboard could bring storms or disaster. Some sailors thought cats had a special sensitivity to weather, spirits, or fate. Behind these beliefs was a simple truth. Cats do notice changes. They respond to pressure, sound, smell, vibration, and human tension. Their alertness made them seem prophetic. A cat staring into the dark hold of a ship could easily appear to be seeing something beyond ordinary human perception. Ship cats also helped cats spread around the world. Ports are crossroads, and ships are moving bridges. A cat born in one harbor could travel to another continent. It could jump ashore, be traded, gifted, abandoned, adopted, or simply remain with the ship until the next voyage. Kittens born at sea might grow into cats that knew several ports before ever settling anywhere. In this way, maritime travel carried cats into islands and coastal regions where they had not lived before. Some of this spread was welcomed by humans because cats protected food stores in new settlements. But it also had serious ecological consequences, especially on islands where native birds, reptiles, and small mammals had evolved without feline predators. The same hunting skill that made cats valuable on ships could become destructive in fragile ecosystems. This contradiction is central to the history of cats. They are useful companions in human environments, but dangerous predators when introduced into places unprepared for them. The ship's cat, therefore, is both a charming figure and part of a larger environmental story. It helped human voyages succeed, but also helped carry one of the world's most efficient small predators into new habitats. During the great age of exploration, colonization, and global trade, cats traveled with sailors into the Atlantic, across the Indian Ocean, around Africa, into the Americas, throughout the Pacific, and between countless islands. They accompanied merchant vessels, fishing boats, naval ships, pirate ships, and immigrant ships. On long voyages, they became familiar presences in the cramped social world of the crew. A sailor might be far from home, surrounded by danger, discipline, disease, and boredom. A cat provided something different: warmth, play, affection, and a small reminder of ordinary domestic life. Even a half-wild ship cat could soften the atmosphere of a harsh vessel. It might curl on a coil of rope, steal fish, sleep near the galley, climb rigging, or patrol the hold. It could become a mascot, receiving a name, a personality, and a place in the ship's informal society. Sailors, who often lived with death close by, could become deeply attached to these animals. A ship's cat was useful, but also comforting. It was a tiny piece of home carried across an enormous and dangerous world. Naval history contains many stories of famous ship cats, especially from later centuries, when photography and written records preserved their names. Some cats survived sinkings, battles, and transfers between vessels. Some became mascots of warships. Some were photographed in hammocks, on guns, in officers' cabins, or among sailors. These later examples reflect an older tradition, the cat as working animal, charm, survivor, and companion. In wartime, the ship's cat could become a symbol of endurance. In merchant life, it protected cargo. In ordinary seafaring, it simply belonged. The image of a cat on a ship is powerful because it joins two forms of independence, the sailor and the cat. Both exist between homes, both adapt to uncertainty, and both live by alertness. The sailor reads wind, water, rope, and sky. The cat reads sound, scent, movement, and shadow. Together they inhabit a world where small signs matter. But the ship's cat also changed the cat itself. Life aboard ships selected for certain temperaments. A cat too terrified of noise, motion, and people might not survive well at sea. A successful ship cat had to be bold, balanced, adaptable, and socially tolerant. It needed to handle confined spaces, shifting floors, loud storms, strange foods, and constant human presence. Some cats likely learned the rhythms of the vessel, when food appeared, where warmth gathered, which sailors were kind, where rodents nested, when the ship approached port. The sea did not domesticate cats in the biological sense on its own, but it certainly shaped the human-cat relationship. It placed cats in intimate contact with people under extreme conditions. On land, a barn cat could keep its distance. On a ship, distance was limited. The cat and the crew shared the same fate. If the ship sank, both were lost. If food ran low, both suffered. If rats multiplied, both faced consequences. This shared enclosure may have strengthened the idea of the cat as more than a pest controller. It was a fellow traveler. The age of sail eventually gave way to steamships, steel hulls, modern storage, and stricter regulations. In many modern navies and commercial systems, animals aboard ships became less common for reasons of hygiene, safety, and policy. Yet the memory of the ship's cat remains one of the most beloved parts of maritime culture. It reminds us that history is not made only by kings, battles, inventions, and trade goods. It is also made by small animals moving quietly through human spaces. Cats crossed oceans not because they dreamed of empire, but because humans created moving worlds full of food, shadows, and rodents. They came aboard as hunters and became mascots, omens, companions, and accidental colonizers. The ship's cat is the cat in miniature, practical and magical, affectionate and independent, welcome and unpredictable. On the deck beneath the stars, in the hold among barrels, or beside a sleeping sailor in a narrow bunk, the cat carried its ancient instincts into the age of global travel. And wherever the ship arrived, the story of cats arrived with it. Chapter 9. Cats in the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, the cat lived in a world of contradictions. It was useful and suspicious, familiar and mysterious, protected in some places and feared in others. It hunted mice in barns, kitchens, monasteries, markets, mills, and ships, yet it also wandered through stories of demons, witches, night spirits, bad luck, and hidden powers. No period in European history gave the cat a single, simple meaning. Medieval people could admire cats, depend on them, dislike them, joke about them, fear them, or see them as symbols of both domestic usefulness and spiritual danger. This complexity is important because the popular idea that medieval Europe simply hated cats is too simple. Cats certainly suffered from superstition and association with evil in some contexts, especially black cats and cats linked with women accused of magic. But they also remained common working animals, necessary for protecting food in a world where grain, bread, and stored supplies were central to survival. The medieval cat was not only the creature of the witch's cottage. It was also the animal of the barn, the abbey, the merchant house, the fishing village, and the royal court. To understand the cat in the Middle Ages, we must imagine a society where food storage was fragile, houses were full of cracks and thatch, streets were dirty, and rodents were everywhere. Grain was wealth, bread was life. A sack of wheat, a storehouse of barley, or a kitchen full of dried food could not be left undefended. Mice and rats gnawed, spoiled, contaminated, and multiplied. Cats were one of the most effective forms of natural pest control available. They required little training and could survive on the very creatures humans wanted removed. In this practical sense, medieval society needed cats. They lived in barns and granaries, walked through kitchens, sat near hearths, and patrolled the hidden spaces of buildings. In monasteries, where books and food both needed protection, cats could be especially useful. A mouse was not only a threat to grain, but also to manuscripts, leather bindings, parchment, and stored materials. It is easy to imagine a quiet monastic room, candlelit and cold, where a cat slept near the desk of a scribe or moved between shelves while monks copied religious texts. Indeed, medieval manuscripts sometimes include drawings of cats, paw prints, complaints about cats walking across pages, and playful marginal images. These traces remind us that cats were not abstract symbols alone. They were real animals interrupting real human work. But the same qualities that made cats useful also made them suspicious. A cat moves quietly. It sees in dim light. It appears and disappears without warning. It is active at night, when medieval imagination was especially crowded with spirits, demons, and danger. It can stare motionlessly, leap suddenly, cry in eerie voices, and mate with loud, unsettling sounds in dark alleys. It does not obey like a dog, pull like an ox, or provide wool like a sheep. It helps humans, but in its own way, on its own schedule. This independence gave it an aura of secrecy. Medieval Christianity often divided animals into moral symbols, and although the tradition was not perfectly consistent, cats could be interpreted negatively because of their stealth, sensuality, hunting, and nocturnal habits. A cat could symbolize cunning, laziness, female sexuality, hidden sin, or the devil's quiet approach. At the same time, it could also appear as a humorous domestic creature, a hunter of pests, or even a symbol of watchfulness. Medieval symbolism was not a fixed dictionary. It changed by region, writer, and context. The cat's meaning was unstable because the cat itself seemed unstable. Soft but armed, tame but independent, intimate but unknowable. The association between cats and women became especially important. In many societies, cats belonged to the domestic interior, the kitchen, the hearth, the private household world, often connected with women. Older women living alone, healers, midwives, widows, poor women, or women outside ordinary family structures, could easily be viewed with suspicion in times of fear. If such a woman kept a cat, the animal might become part of the suspicion around her. Later witchcraft beliefs, especially at the end of the medieval period and into the early modern period, turned this association darker. Cats could be imagined as familiars, animal companions of witches, servants of the devil, or witches transformed into animal form. Black cats became especially vulnerable because blackness was often associated with night, death, secrecy, and evil. Although in other traditions, black cats could bring luck or protection. The important thing is that the cat's ordinary closeness to the home could be reinterpreted through fear. A helpful animal at the hearth became, in the anxious imagination, a silent witness to forbidden powers. Yet it would be wrong to think all medieval people believed this in the same way. Rural people who depended on cats to protect grain may have been far more practical. A farmer with mice in the barn could not afford to despise the animal that kept them under control. In towns, merchants and householders needed cats. Sailors kept them. Monasteries tolerated or welcomed them. Some nobles and wealthy people enjoyed cats as companions. Medieval Islamic societies, which overlapped chronologically with the European Middle Ages, often regarded cats more positively, associating them with cleanliness and respect. Even within Christian Europe, affection for cats existed. People named them, fed them, played with them, and noticed their personalities. The cat could be cursed in sermons and loved in kitchens. This is one of the strange truths of animal history. Official symbolism and daily life do not always agree. A preacher might use the cat as a warning against sin, while a child in the same village carried a kitten under one arm. Medieval bestiaries, books that described animals and gave them moral or religious meanings, sometimes portrayed cats through their hunting skill. The cat was often described as an animal that catches mice, sees in the dark, and moves silently. These qualities could be admired as cleverness or condemned as deceit. In art, cats sometimes appear in scenes of domestic life, feasting, kitchens, and households. They may sit near women, steal food, chase rodents, or appear in marginal illustrations with comic energy. The medieval cat was often part of the messy, lively world below official seriousness. Marginal art in manuscripts could be playful, strange, and irreverent, filled with animals behaving like people, grotesque creatures, jokes, and visual surprises. A cat in such a margin might be a hunter, thief, clown, or symbol. These images reveal that medieval people watched cats carefully. They noticed the way cats waited, pounced, stole, slept, and ignored human expectations. In this sense, medieval cats were already characters. They had personalities in human imagination long before modern cartoons or internet videos. The Middle Ages also saw cats moving through expanding towns and trade networks. Medieval cities were crowded, noisy, and full of food waste. Warehouses, markets, stables, breweries, bakeries, and docks. Such places were perfect for rodents, and therefore for cats. Cats became part of the urban ecology. They lived in alleys, cellars, rooftops, workshops, and marketplaces. Some were owned, some semi-owned, some feral. This blurred status is very old. Even today, people argue about whether a neighborhood cat belongs to someone, belongs to everyone, or belongs only to itself. Medieval towns must have had similar cats, animals fed by several households, tolerated by shopkeepers, chased by dogs, sleeping in doorways, hunting under stalls, and raising kittens in hidden corners. Their presence was ordinary enough to be overlooked and strange enough to generate stories. Disease and plague added another layer to the history of medieval cats. It is sometimes claimed that persecution of cats caused rat populations to explode, and contributed directly to the Black Death. This story is dramatic, but too neat. The spread of plague involved complex interactions among bacteria, fleas, rodents, trade, climate, urban conditions, human movement, and social vulnerability. Cats may have affected local rodent populations, but they were not the simple missing solution to plague. Still, the broader point remains meaningful. Humans often misunderstand the ecological roles of animals. When fear turns a useful predator into a symbol of evil, people may harm the very creature that helps control pests. The medieval cat's reputation could therefore have practical consequences. Superstition did not erase usefulness, but it complicated the cat's place in society. By the end of the Middle Ages, the cat had accumulated many of the meanings that would follow it into later centuries. It was the barn hunter, the witch's companion, the night wanderer, the household pet, the comic thief, the unlucky omen, the lucky charm, the feminine animal, the independent spirit, and the silent guardian of stored food. These meanings did not cancel one another, they lived together. A cat could be stroked in the morning and feared at midnight. It could protect a monastery's grain and appear in a sermon as a symbol of deceit. It could be loved by one person and blamed by another. This is why the medieval chapter of cat history is so rich. It shows that humans rarely see animals only as animals. We turn them into mirrors of our needs, fears, beliefs, and contradictions. The cat, with its soft body and hidden claws, was especially suited to such projection. In the medieval world, where darkness was darker, winter was harder, food was more fragile, and the boundary between natural and supernatural seemed thinner, cats became creatures of the threshold. They sat between the hearth and the wild, between usefulness and suspicion, between affection and fear. They were never fully ordinary, and perhaps that is why they survived in memory so powerfully. The medieval cat walked through granaries and legends at the same time, leaving paw prints both in dust and in imagination. Chapter 10: Witches, Black Cats, and Folklore. Few images in the history of animals are as instantly recognizable as the black cat beside the witch. A crooked cottage, a moonlit roof, a woman with secret knowledge, a bubbling cauldron, and somewhere near her feet or on her shoulder, a cat with shining eyes. This picture feels so familiar that it can seem eternal, as if witches and cats had always belonged together. But the connection was not born all at once. It grew slowly from older fears, religious symbolism, village gossip, nighttime imagination, and the strange position cats occupied in human life. Cats were useful animals, but they were never completely ordinary. They hunted silently, moved after sunset, appeared in hidden places, stared into darkness, and refused the obvious obedience people expected from dogs, horses, or cattle. A cat could live in a house and still seem to belong to the night outside it. For societies that believed the world was full of spirits, omens, curses, demons, saints, blessings, and invisible forces, such an animal was easy to transform into a symbol. The black cat became especially powerful because blackness itself carried many meanings. It could mean night, soil, fertility, secrecy, mourning, death, elegance, protection, danger, or the unknown. In some traditions, black animals were feared because they seemed to absorb light and vanish into darkness. In others, they were lucky precisely because they looked mysterious and rare. The black cat's reputation was therefore never universal. In some regions, a black cat crossing one's path was a bad omen. In others, it could bring good fortune. Sailors sometimes considered black cats lucky on ships. In parts of Britain and elsewhere, owning a black cat could be a sign of prosperity or protection. Yet in many strands of European folklore, especially when combined with witchcraft fears, the black cat became a creature of suspicion. Its color made it easier to imagine as a night companion, a hidden watcher, or a messenger from the supernatural world. Witchcraft beliefs were deeply connected with social anxiety. In village life, people lived close together, depended on crops, livestock, weather, health, fertility, and reputation, and often had little control over misfortune. A cow stopped giving milk, a child fell ill, a harvest failed, a storm destroyed a roof, a young woman could not conceive, a neighbor muttered after an argument, and then something went wrong. In such conditions, people searched for causes. Sometimes they turned to religion, sometimes to medicine, sometimes to rumor. The accusation of witchcraft often grew where fear, poverty, envy, gender roles, and unexplained suffering met. Women were especially vulnerable, particularly older women, widows, healers, midwives, poor women, and women who lived at the edges of ordinary family life. Cats, too, lived at edges. The edge of the hearth, the edge of the field, the edge of night, the edge between tame and wild. If a socially suspicious person kept a cat, the animal could be drawn into the suspicion around them. A lonely old woman feeding a cat might simply be kind to an animal, but in a frightened imagination, the cat could become her familiar, a supernatural assistant that helped her cast spells, spy on neighbors, steal milk, spoil crops, or carry messages to the devil. The idea of the familiar was one of the most important links between witches and cats. A familiar was believed to be a spirit or demon in animal form, serving a witch in exchange for care, blood, milk, or some intimate bond. Cats were ideal candidates for this belief because they already behaved in ways that seemed secretive. They left the house at night and returned by morning. They watched silently from corners. Their eyes reflected light in darkness, making them seem almost otherworldly. They could appear affectionate to one person and hostile to another. They were difficult to command, and anything difficult to command can be imagined as serving a different master. In witch trial records and folklore, cats might appear as companions, disguises, or transformed beings. A witch could supposedly turn into a cat to slip through a village unnoticed. A cat could be a demon pretending to be an animal. A wound given to a mysterious cat might later appear on an accused woman's body. These stories reveal less about cats than about human fear. The cat became a screen onto which people projected the possibility that danger could be close, familiar, and hidden inside ordinary life. The association between cats and women also intensified the symbolism. Cats were often domestic animals, found near kitchens, hearths, storage rooms, and private interiors, spaces traditionally connected with women's labor. At the same time, cats were sensual animals in the human imagination. Graceful, soft, self-possessed, difficult to dominate, and connected with fertility through their frequent breeding and visible motherhood. A female cat with kittens could symbolize tenderness, but a yowling cat in heat could disturb people with its raw, uncontrolled sexuality. In cultures anxious about women's bodies, independence, sexuality, and knowledge, the cat could become an animal double of the suspicious woman. It was affectionate but not submissive, domestic but not obedient, beautiful but armed. These qualities made cats easy to love and easy to fear. Black cats, in particular, became condensed symbols of this ambiguity. They were the knight made small enough to enter the house, Yet folklore was never only dark. Cats also appear in stories as clever helpers, lucky visitors, guardians of homes, protectors against evil, and animals with secret wisdom. In fairy tales and folk narratives, cats may outwit stronger creatures, guide heroes, expose foolishness, or bring prosperity. The famous figure of Puss in Boots shows the cat not as demonic, but as intelligent, strategic, and socially brilliant. A small creature able to manipulate the human world better than humans themselves. In Japanese folklore, cats could become supernatural beings, such as the bakeneko or nekomata, sometimes dangerous, sometimes magical, sometimes connected with transformation and long life. The maneki neko, the beckoning cat, became a symbol of good fortune and welcome. In Celtic and Scottish traditions, spectral cats could be frightening, but also powerful. In Slavic, Scandinavian, Mediterranean, and Middle Eastern traditions, cats gathered many meanings: luck, theft, protection, deception, healing, household spirit, or omen. This variety matters because it shows that the witch's black cat is only one branch of a much larger tree. Across cultures, humans sensed that cats were unusual, but they did not always agree on what that unusual quality meant. The same shining eyes could be read as demonic, divine, lucky, comic, wise, or simply beautiful. The fear of black cats eventually softened in many places, especially as witch trials faded and cats became more common as affectionate household pets. But the image never disappeared. It survived because it is visually perfect. A black cat against a full moon is almost a piece of natural theater. Its silhouette is elegant and readable, arched back, raised tail, pointed ears, glowing eyes. Halloween, Gothic literature, children's stories, horror films, cartoons, and popular culture preserved the black cat as a symbol of mystery, even when most people no longer believed it was a demon. Modern black cats are often victims of old superstition, but they are also beloved for the same reason they were once feared. They seem to carry the night with them. Their fur makes their eyes brighter, their movements smoother, their presence more dramatic. In the end, the story of witches, black cats, and folklore is not really about cats being evil. It is about the human habit of giving meaning to animals that live close to us, but remain partly unknowable. Cats did not ask to become symbols of witchcraft, luck, danger, femininity, or magic. They simply moved as cats move, quietly, independently, beautifully, often at night. Human imagination did the rest. We looked at the cat and saw our fears of hidden power, our suspicion of outsiders, our fascination with women who could not be controlled, our anxiety about darkness, and our longing for mystery. The black cat became a companion of witches because it already seemed like a creature that knew more than it said. And even now, when a black cat crosses a street under a street lamp or sits calmly in a window after midnight, something ancient still stirs in the human mind. We may not truly believe in omens anymore, but for a moment, we understand why others once did. Chapter 11. Cats in Islamic, Asian, and Eastern traditions. While medieval Europe often surrounded cats with suspicion, many Islamic, Asian, and Eastern traditions gave them a more varied and sometimes warmer place in human imagination. The cat was never seen in exactly the same way everywhere, because no animal has one universal meaning across cultures. It could be sacred, lucky, clever, dangerous, comic, elegant, protective, or uncanny, depending on the society describing it. Yet, outside the darkest strands of European witch folklore, cats were often treated less as demonic creatures and more as animals of cleanliness, intelligence, household protection, and spiritual ambiguity. In Islamic tradition, the cat occupies an especially respected position. Islam places great importance on ritual purity, cleanliness, mercy toward animals, and the proper treatment of living creatures. Cats, being naturally clean animals that groom themselves constantly, fit comfortably into this world of thought. Unlike some animals considered ritually problematic in certain contexts, cats were generally allowed close to domestic and even religious life. They could enter homes, courtyards, and sometimes mosque spaces without the same anxiety that surrounded them elsewhere. Stories connected with the Prophet Muhammad and cats helped strengthen this positive image. One famous tradition tells of Muhammad showing kindness to a cat, sometimes named Muezza in later popular retellings, and choosing not to disturb it while it slept. Whether every detail belongs to early historical memory or later devotional storytelling, the moral meaning is clear. The cat appears as a creature deserving gentleness. Another important idea in Islamic teaching is that cruelty to animals is morally serious. Stories about mercy and punishment often include animals, teaching that human spiritual life is judged partly by how one treats vulnerable creatures. In that ethical atmosphere, cats could be respected not only because they were useful, but because they were living beings under God's creation. This did not mean every cat in every Muslim society lived comfortably, but culturally, the cat often had a dignity that protected it from the darkest superstitions found elsewhere. In many cities of the Islamic world, cats became familiar urban animals. Cairo, Istanbul, Damascus, Baghdad, Fez, and other old cities had dense streets, markets, food stalls, courtyards, schools, mosques, and homes where cats could live close to people. They hunted rodents, ate scraps, rested in shaded corners, and moved through public life with a kind of accepted freedom. Istanbul, in particular, became famous in modern times for its street cats. But the roots of that relationship are older. A city of fish markets, wooden houses, ports, alleys, and religious habits of charity created a world where cats could be semi-owned by neighborhoods rather than controlled by one household. The cat in Islamic urban life was often not simply a pet in the modern private sense. It was a resident of the shared city, tolerated, fed, recognized, and sometimes loved by many people. This idea of the community cat appears in different forms across the East. The cat that belongs to a shop, a mosque courtyard, a market street, or a whole neighborhood. In East Asia, cats gathered a different but equally rich set of meanings. In China, cats were valued as protectors of grain and silkworms, both of which were essential to life and economy. Rodents could destroy stored food and damage the delicate world of silk production, so cats were practical guardians. Over time, they entered poetry, painting, household belief, and folklore. A cat could symbolize longevity, quiet domestic comfort, or watchful protection. The Chinese wordplay around cats sometimes connected them with old age or long life, and images of cats with butterflies, flowers, or garden scenes could carry symbolic meanings beyond simple animal portraiture. Chinese art often appreciates the small, attentive moment. A cat watching an insect, sleeping near flowers, crouching in a garden, or sharing a domestic interior. In these images, the cat is not a monster or a servant. It is part of cultivated life, part of the delicate balance between nature and the household. At the same time, Chinese folklore could also give cats supernatural qualities. Like many animals that move silently at night, cats could be imagined as creatures able to sense spirits or cross the boundary between ordinary and hidden worlds. Their mystery was not always negative. It was a sign that they participated in forces humans could not fully explain. In Japan, cats became some of the most symbolically powerful animals in popular tradition. They likely arrived from the Asian mainland, perhaps in connection with ships, trade, temples, and the protection of valuable manuscripts from rodents. Once in Japan, they developed a rich cultural life. The maneki neko, the beckoning cat with one raised paw, became one of the best-known Japanese cat symbols. It is associated with good fortune, prosperity, customers, and welcome, often placed in shops, restaurants, homes, and businesses. The raised paw does not simply wave in the Western sense, it beckons luck inward. Different colors and gestures can suggest different blessings: wealth, protection, happiness, success, or safety. This lucky cat shows how the feline could become a guardian of human hope. At the same time, Japanese folklore also imagined more frightening supernatural cats. The bakeneko, or changed cat, and the nekomata, often imagined as a long-lived cat with strange powers and sometimes a split tail, could transform, speak, imitate humans, dance, curse, or haunt. These stories may reflect the unease produced by domestic intimacy. A cat that lives for many years in a home, watches people silently, learns their rhythms, and vanishes into the night, can easily become a creature of legend. The Japanese cat is therefore both lucky and eerie, commercial and spiritual, adorable and dangerous. This double nature fits cats perfectly. They invite affection, but they do not surrender their mystery. In South and Southeast Asian traditions, cats also appear in many roles. In India, cats appear in stories as clever, hungry, hypocritical, maternal, or comic figures. They are sometimes associated with household life, and sometimes treated with suspicion because of their stealth and appetite. Folktales often use the cat as a character of cunning, an animal that pretends innocence while seeking food, or one that reveals the foolishness of others. In Buddhist and Hindu cultural environments, attitudes toward animals could be shaped by ideas of karma, rebirth, compassion, and the moral significance of all living beings. This did not always translate into sentimental affection, but it gave animals a place in a larger spiritual order. In Thailand and surrounding regions, cats became connected with beauty, fortune, and status, especially in relation to famous natural breeds such as the Siamese, Korat, Burmese, and others whose histories are surrounded by legend and royal association. Some cats were believed to bring luck, prosperity, or protection, while certain colors and patterns were valued for symbolic reasons. The elegant temple or palace cat became part of the Western imagination later, but its roots lie in real regional traditions where cats were admired for their beauty and presence. Across Eastern Christianity and Slavic lands, cats occupied yet another position. They were household animals, barn hunters, and creatures linked with both luck and suspicion. In Russian and broader Slavic traditions, a cat entering a new house could be associated with protection or the settling of domestic spirit. The idea that a cat should enter a home first, or that it can sense the quality of a place, reflects a widespread belief that cats perceive invisible conditions. This is not science in the modern sense, but culturally it reveals something important. People noticed that cats are sensitive to spaces. They choose corners, warm places, hidden roots, and high viewpoints. They react to sounds and smells humans miss. From this behavior came the belief that cats can detect spirits, bad energy, or coming misfortune. Again, the cat becomes a boundary animal, reading what humans cannot read. In many Eastern traditions, then, the cat is neither purely holy nor purely sinister. It is an interpreter of thresholds. It moves between the street and the home, the visible and invisible, usefulness and charm, luck and unease. What unites many Islamic, Asian, and Eastern views of cats is an acknowledgement of their dignity and strangeness. The Islamic cat is clean, respected, and worthy of mercy. The Chinese cat is a guardian of stores, gardens, and symbolic harmony. The Japanese cat is lucky, magical, and sometimes supernatural. The South and Southeast Asian cat is beautiful, clever, royal, comic, or fortunate. The Slavic and Eastern household cat senses the unseen life of the home. These traditions differ, but they all recognize that the cat is not an ordinary domestic animal in the same way as a cow, chicken, or dog. It is too independent to be only property, too close to humans to be merely wild, too useful to be dismissed, and too mysterious to be explained away. In every culture that welcomed it, the cat carried its ancient nature into local imagination. People gave it new names, myths, colors, symbols, and stories. But the animal underneath remained the same. Silent-footed, bright-eyed, self-contained, alert to hidden movement. That is why cats could move so easily across civilizations. They adapted to human homes, but they also adapted to human beliefs. Every culture looked at the cat and saw something familiar in it, yet also something beyond reach. Chapter 12. The Rise of the Pet Cat. The rise of the pet cat was not a sudden transformation, but a slow emotional migration from the barn, the granary, the alley, and the ship into the private human home. For thousands of years, cats lived near people without always belonging to them in the modern sense. They were tolerated because they were useful. They guarded food stores, hunted mice, protected documents, kept rats away from ships, and moved through farms and streets as practical companions of civilization. A person might feed a cat, recognize it, and even feel affection for it, but the animal was still often understood as a working creature rather than a family member. The pet cat, as we imagine it today, named, photographed, cared for by veterinarians, mourned when it dies, spoiled with toys, beds, treats, and private rituals, emerged slowly from this older world of usefulness. Its rise required changes not only in cats, but in human society. People needed more stable homes, more private domestic space, more leisure, more emotional attention to animals, and eventually, a new idea of companionship itself. The cat had always been able to live close to people, but the question was whether humans were ready to see it not merely as a hunter, but as a friend. In rural life, the cat's role remained practical for a long time. A farm cat did not need a collar, a pedigree, or a soft cushion. It needed shelter, scraps, and access to prey. It might be loved by the family, but its value was tied to work. Barns, dairies, stables, kitchens, mills, and storehouses were full of reasons to keep cats around. The boundary between pet and working animal was not always clear. A child might cuddle the same cat that spent the night killing mice. An old woman might speak tenderly to a cat that still lived mostly outdoors. A household might not think of owning the cat in the strict modern way. The cat might simply belong to the place. It came and went. It raised kittens under steps or in hay. It accepted milk, warmth, and scraps, but retained its own roots and habits. This half-domestic life was extremely important because it prepared humans emotionally for the later household cat. People learned to see individual cats not just as members of a species, but as personalities. One cat was bold, another shy, one clever, one lazy, one affectionate, one impossible to touch. Familiarity turned usefulness into attachment. The cat's independence, once suspicious, could become charming. Its refusal to obey could be interpreted not as disloyalty, but as character. Urban life also helped create the pet cat. As towns and cities grew, cats became part of indoor and semi-indoor life. They lived in shops, workshops, kitchens, inns, warehouses, book rooms, and apartments. In crowded cities, a cat could be both pest controller and domestic presence. It did not require pasture, heavy feeding, or outdoor space in the way many larger animals did. It could adapt to small rooms, narrow streets, rooflines, courtyards, and hidden corners. For people living in cities, especially those without land, the cat offered a manageable form of animal companionship. It was not as demanding as a horse, goat, cow, or even a dog. It could be fed from household scraps, sleep near the stove, and keep itself clean. This cleanliness mattered. Cats groomed themselves, buried waste when conditions allowed, and did not smell strongly when healthy. Their habits made them suitable for intimate domestic life. A dog might guard, hunt, or herd, but it often required more training and public management. A cat could simply share space. It made the room feel inhabited. It turned a house into a quieter, warmer, more watchful place. The idea of pets grew stronger in societies where the household became a center of emotional identity. In earlier periods, animals were often evaluated primarily through labor, food, transport, protection, or status. But as middle-class domestic culture expanded, especially from the early modern period into the 18th and 19th centuries, animals increasingly became part of the sentimental home. People began writing about pets with tenderness. Portraits and illustrations included cats not only as symbols, but as beloved companions. Children's literature, diaries, letters, and household manuals began to reveal a more intimate human-animal relationship. The cat benefited from this change because it already possessed qualities that seemed perfect for domestic sentiment: softness, beauty, warmth, playfulness, and the ability to share silence. A cat did not need to perform dramatic loyalty to become emotionally important. It could simply appear every evening, curl by the fire, press against a hand, or sleep in the patch of sunlight near a window. The pet cat rose through repetition. The daily rituals of feeding, touching, watching, naming, and speaking to an animal that seemed to answer in its own language. Naming was one of the quiet revolutions in the rise of the pet cat. A nameless barn cat is part of the environment, but a named cat becomes an individual in human memory. Once named, it has a story. It can be missed. It can be blamed for stealing food, praised for catching mice, laughed at for odd habits, and remembered after death. The name creates a bridge between the human world of biography and the animal world of instinct. This does not mean earlier cats were never named, but the spread of pet culture made naming more common and more emotionally significant. A named cat becomes our cat, not merely a cat. With that shift comes responsibility. People begin to think about the cat's comfort, preferences, mood, health, and happiness. The cat is no longer only a useful presence near the home. It is a member of the household's emotional weather. Its illness matters. Its absence is noticed. Its death leaves a silence. The rise of the pet cat was also connected to changing attitudes toward cruelty. As modern ideas of animal welfare developed, especially from the 18th and 19th centuries onward, more people began to argue that animals could suffer and that humans had moral duties toward them. Cats had often been victims of abuse, superstition, neglect, and casual violence, partly because they reproduced quickly and lived in the margins of human settlement, But animal welfare movements encouraged a different view. Cats were sentient creatures capable of pain, fear, comfort, and affection. This shift did not happen everywhere at once, and cruelty did not disappear. But the moral language changed. A cat was not merely property or pest control. It was a vulnerable, living being. Veterinary medicine also played a role. As pet keeping became more serious, people began seeking medical care for companion animals. Vaccination, parasite control, surgery, nutrition, and later sterilization changed the lives of domestic cats. The pet cat became healthier, longer lived, and more integrated into the home. Spaying and neutering, especially in modern times, altered the relationship dramatically because it reduced uncontrolled breeding, roaming, fighting, and some behaviors that had kept cats tied to outdoor reproductive life. The indoor pet cat, calm and long-lived, is partly a product of modern veterinary care. Another great shift came with commercial pet food. Before industrial pet food, cats ate scraps, hunted prey, or received whatever households could spare. Modern cat food made it easier to keep cats indoors and feed them consistently. This changed expectations. A cat no longer had to hunt to justify its place. It could be fed simply because it was loved. Toys, litter boxes, scratching posts, carriers, collars, beds, and later microchips all helped build the modern idea of the cat as a managed companion. The house was redesigned, in small ways, around feline needs. A windowsill became entertainment. A cardboard box became territory. A scratching post replaced a tree. A bowl replaced the granary. The ancient hunter did not vanish, but its world became domestic architecture. By the 20th and 21st centuries, the pet cat had become one of the most popular companion animals on Earth. Its appeal is easy to understand, but difficult to fully explain. Cats fit modern life unusually well. They can live in apartments, tolerate periods of solitude better than many dogs, offer affection without constant demand, and create a sense of presence without overwhelming the household. For people who live alone, cats can become deeply important companions. For families, they become part of daily rhythm. For elderly people, they can provide routine, touch, and quiet company. For artists, writers, and introverts, cats often seem like ideal companions of concentration, near enough to comfort, independent enough not to require constant conversation. Yet the rise of the pet cat did not erase the older cat. Beneath the soft, domestic role remains the hunter, the territorial animal, the creature of scent, height, hiding, and routine. This is why understanding cats as pets requires respecting their ancestry. A cat is not a decorative object or a small human in fur. It needs stimulation, safe territory, scratching, play, observation, choice, and places to retreat. The best modern relationship with cats is not based on forcing them to become obedient companions, but on understanding the kind of animal they are. In that sense, the rise of the pet cat is not the story of humans conquering the feline nature. It is the story of humans slowly learning to love that nature. The cat entered our homes because it was useful, but it stayed because it was itself. Graceful, warm, strange, funny, affectionate, proud, and never entirely predictable. From the granary to the pillow, from the barn roof to the bedroom window, from unnamed hunter to beloved companion, the cat's journey into the home is one of the quietest and most successful transformations in human-animal history. Chapter 13. Victorian cat shows and the birth of cat breeds. The modern world of cat breeds, pedigrees, show standards, and carefully selected appearances did not truly begin in ancient temples or medieval barns. It took shape much later, especially in the 19th century, when the Victorian age transformed the cat from a familiar household animal into an object of organized admiration. Before this period, people certainly noticed differences between cats. They knew long-haired cats, short-haired cats, striped cats, black cats, white cats, blue-gray cats, orange cats, and cats with unusual temperaments or regional reputations. Some cultures valued particular kinds of cats, and certain natural varieties had existed for a long time. But most cats bred freely. Their appearance was shaped by local environment, chance, travel, survival, and ordinary human preference, rather than formal breeding programs. A farm cat was judged by its ability to hunt. A ship cat was valued for boldness and balance. A household cat might be loved for its personality. But the idea that cats should be classified, compared, awarded prizes, documented by ancestry, and bred toward written standards belongs largely to the modern age. Victorian Britain played a central role in this change. The 19th century was a time of collecting, cataloging, classifying, and displaying. People organized exhibitions for flowers, dogs, birds, livestock, machines, art, colonial goods, and scientific curiosities. Museums expanded. Natural history became popular. Breeding animals for specific traits became both a hobby and a mark of refinement. Dogs had already entered the world of formal shows, and it was only a matter of time before cats were brought onto the same stage. One of the key figures in this transformation was Harrison Weir, an English artist, writer, and animal lover, often remembered as one of the founders of the organized cat fancy. In 1871, the famous Crystal Palace Cat Show in London helped establish the cat show as a public event. For the first time, cats were not simply background animals of the home or street. They were placed in cages, examined, compared, praised, and judged before an audience. This may sound ordinary now, but at the time it represented a major shift in how people thought about cats. The cat became something that could be improved, classified, and celebrated according to standards of beauty. The phrase cat fancy came to describe the community of enthusiasts devoted to breeding and showing cats. To fancy something, in this sense, was to appreciate it, cultivate it, and take pride in its varieties. Cat fanciers began to distinguish breeds and types more carefully. Long-haired cats, often associated with Persian or Angora backgrounds, drew great attention because of their luxurious coats and exotic image. Short-haired British cats, including what would later become the British Shorthair, were also valued, especially as people began to see beauty in the sturdy native cat rather than only in foreign-looking animals. Siamese cats, arriving in Britain in the late 19th century, created fascination because of their striking color points, blue eyes, and association with the East. Abyssinians, Russian blues, Manx cats, and other varieties entered the developing world of breed identity. Some of these breeds had complex and partly legendary origins. Victorian and early modern fanciers often liked romantic stories. Cats from royal palaces, ancient temples, foreign lands, mysterious islands, or noble bloodlines. Not every origin story was accurate, but the stories themselves mattered because they gave cats glamour. A breed was not only a body type, it was an imagined history. The cat show changed the social position of the cat. Earlier, cats were often seen as practical animals, especially in working class and rural life. The show cat, however, belonged to a culture of leisure, taste, and display. To breed cats required space, time, money, and interest. It turned the cat into a hobby, and sometimes a status symbol. Victorian domestic culture already valued the home as a place of morality, comfort, sentiment, and refinement. The cat fit this world beautifully. It was elegant, decorative, affectionate, and associated with the fireside. At the same time, its independent nature made it seem more mysterious and artistic than many other domestic animals. Artists painted cats, writers described them, children's books included them, and magazines discussed their care. The Victorian cat was no longer only the mouser in the pantry. It could be a subject of beauty, a companion of respectable domestic life, and a creature worthy of expert attention. Yet the birth of cat breeds also introduced a new kind of human control. For most of their history, cats had largely selected themselves around human settlements. Now humans began selecting them deliberately for appearance. Coat length, color, pattern, head shape, ear shape, eye color, body size, and facial expression became objects of choice. This did not happen all at once, and early breed standards were much looser than many modern ones, but the direction was clear. People were beginning to ask not only whether a cat could live with humans, but what kind of cat humans wanted to create. This was a profound change. The cat had entered civilization on its own terms, but the show world pulled it more deeply into human aesthetic desire. Some results were harmless or beautiful: the preservation of natural varieties, the appreciation of healthy body types, the celebration of different coat patterns. Other results became more troubling later, when extreme breeding produced health problems in some lines. Flat-faced Persians, folded ears, shortened limbs, exaggerated body types, and other selected traits show the danger of valuing appearance above welfare. Victorian cat fancy did not create every modern problem, but it opened the door to the idea that cats could be redesigned for human taste. Breed formation also changed how people thought about identity. A random bred cat, often called a domestic shorthair or domestic longhair today, may have no formal pedigree, but can be healthy, intelligent, affectionate, and beautiful. In fact, most cats in the world are not pedigree cats. But once breed culture developed, some people began to distinguish between ordinary cats and purebred cats. Pedigree gave an animal a documented lineage, a place in a standard, and a connection to institutions. This mirrored broader Victorian obsessions with ancestry, class, purity, and classification. Humans projected their own social habits onto animals. A cat with papers seemed elevated, while the common street or farm cat remained outside the official system. Yet the irony is that the common cat is closer to the original history of domestic cats: adaptable, varied, self-sufficient, and shaped by life rather than by show rules. The rise of breeds also created a new kind of knowledge about cats. Cat care books, breed manuals, judging guidelines, and club records encouraged people to observe cats carefully. Fanciers studied coat inheritance, mating, kitten development, temperament, grooming, diet, and disease. They built networks of exchange, selling and sharing cats across regions and countries. This helped spread certain breeds globally. It also contributed to the modern pet industry and to veterinary attention for cats. Once cats became valuable as show animals and companions, their health and reproduction received more systematic concern. The same culture that classified cats also encouraged people to treat them as worthy of care, attention, and emotional investment. The legacy of Victorian cat shows is therefore mixed but important. On one side, they elevated the cat's status. They helped move cats from the margins of utility into the center of domestic affection and public admiration. They encouraged people to see beauty in cats, write about them, protect them, and take their care seriously. On the other side, they marked the beginning of a more controlling relationship, in which human preferences could reshape feline bodies for fashion. This tension continues today. Cat lovers admire the elegance of the Siamese, the calm dignity of the British Shorthair, the flowing coat of the Persian, the size of the Maine Coon, the blue fur of the Russian blue, the taillessness of the Manx, and the wild appearance of the Bengal. But modern animal welfare also asks whether every breed trait serves the cat's well-being. A beautiful cat should still be able to breathe, move, groom, see, hear, give birth safely, and live without chronic pain. The best future of cat breeding depends on remembering that cats are not ornaments. They are living animals with ancient needs. Still, without the Victorian cat fancy, the modern cultural world of cats would look very different. Cat shows turned private admiration into public celebration. They created the language of breeds, standards, prizes, and pedigrees. They made cats visible as animals of beauty rather than only utility. They gave rise to clubs, registries, books, and competitions that spread around the world. Most importantly, they marked the moment when humans began to study the cat not only as a useful hunter or mysterious symbol, but as a creature of variety. The cat on the show bench, brushed and judged under the eyes of spectators, was far removed from the wildcat at the edge of the first farm. Yet it was still the same animal underneath, self-contained, watchful, and not entirely impressed by human ceremony. Even at the center of a Victorian exhibition hall, the cat remained a cat. Chapter 14. The Science of Cat Behavior. To live with a cat is to share a home with an animal whose behavior can seem both familiar and mysterious. A cat may sleep peacefully for hours, then suddenly race through the house as if chased by invisible spirits. It may rub against a person's legs, then walk away the moment attention is offered. It may knead a blanket, chatter at birds, scratch the side of a sofa, stare into an empty hallway, hide inside a cardboard box, or bring a toy to the bed at night. To human eyes, these actions can look funny, strange, emotional, stubborn, or even supernatural. But the science of cat behavior reveals that most feline habits are not random at all. They are the visible traces of anatomy, evolution, communication, learning, territory, stress, hunting instinct, and social adaptation. The domestic cat may live in a modern apartment, but its behavioral system was shaped by a much older life, the life of a small, solitary predator that needed to hunt, avoid danger, defend space, raise young, and read subtle signals in its environment. One of the most important keys to cat behavior is the cat's identity as both predator and potential prey. Humans often think of cats only as hunters, and they certainly are highly specialized hunters. Their eyes track movement, their ears locate faint sounds, their whiskers detect nearby objects, their bodies crouch and spring, and their claws grip. Even a cat that is never needed to catch food will still perform hunting behaviors. It stalks toys, attacks moving feet under blankets, waits behind doors, pounces on string, and watches birds with intense concentration. Play in cats is not meaningless entertainment. It is practice for hunting, especially in kittens, but it remains important in adults because it allows the cat to express natural motor patterns. The sequence is ancient. Search, stalk, chase, pounce, grab, bite, and sometimes carry. When indoor cats do not get enough opportunities to perform these behaviors safely, they may become bored, frustrated, overweight, anxious, or destructive. A toy mouse is not a real mouse, but for the cat's nervous system, it can still satisfy part of the hunting program. At the same time, cats are small enough to be vulnerable. In the wild, a small cat can be threatened by larger predators, dogs, birds of prey, snakes, and humans. This prey side of feline psychology explains many behaviors that people misinterpret as coldness or disobedience. A cat hides not because it is rude, but because hiding is safety. A cat dislikes being trapped in a hug because restraint can feel dangerous. A cat startles at loud noises because sudden sound may signal threat. A cat chooses high places because height gives information and protection. A cat may prefer to approach a visitor rather than be approached because control over distance reduces stress. In feline behavior, choice is security. The more control a cat has over retreat, observation, and contact, the more confident it often becomes. This is why forcing affection usually fails with cats. Trust grows when the cat can decide how close to come. Territory is another foundation of cat behavior. A cat does not simply live in space, it organizes space. In the wild, territory contains hunting areas, resting places, hiding places, routes, lookout points, and scent marks. In the home, the same system continues. The bed, window, sofa, hallway, food bowl, litter box, scratching post, and favorite chair all become part of the cat's mental map. Scent is crucial in this map. Cats have scent glands on the face, cheeks, paws, tail base, and other areas. When a cat rubs its face against a person, a doorway, or a piece of furniture, it is not only showing affection, it is also marking the environment as familiar. This marking helps create emotional security. A home that smells like the cat is a safer home. Scratching also belongs to this system. Humans often see scratching as damage, but for cats it serves several purposes. It sharpens and sheds the outer layers of claws, stretches muscles, relieves tension, and leaves both visible and scent marks. A scratched surface says, in feline language, "I was here." If a cat scratches a sofa, it may not be trying to annoy anyone. It may be choosing a socially important, central location where marking feels meaningful. This is why good scratching posts need to be stable, tall enough for stretching, and placed where the cat actually wants to mark, not hidden in a forgotten corner. The famous feline purr is one of the most fascinating behaviors because it has several meanings. Many cats purr when content, especially while resting, being stroked, or nursing kittens. But cats may also purr when injured, frightened, giving birth, or near death. This suggests that purring is not simply the equivalent of human happiness. It may be a self-soothing behavior, a social signal, and perhaps even connected with physiological regulation. Mother cats purr to communicate with kittens, and kittens purr while nursing. In adult life, purring can signal friendliness and reduce tension, but context matters. A relaxed body, soft eyes, and comfortable posture suggest contentment. A tense body with purring may indicate stress or pain. Cat behavior always needs context. The same action can mean different things depending on the whole body, the environment, and the situation. Meowing is another behavior shaped strongly by life with humans. Adult cats do not generally meow at one another in the same constant way they meow at people. Kittens meow to their mothers, but many adult cat-to-cat interactions rely more on scent, posture, facial expression, touch, and other vocalizations. Domestic cats appear to have extended kitten-like vocal communication into their relationships with humans. In other words, cats learned that humans respond to sound. A meow can request food, attention, access, play, greeting, or help. Some cats develop different meows for different situations, and attentive owners often learn these patterns. This does not mean cats use language like humans, but it does mean they are flexible communicators. They adjust their behavior based on what works. A cat that meows at a door and sees the door open has learned a practical social tool. A cat that meows near a bowl and receives food has shaped its human's behavior very effectively. Kneading is one of the most tender-looking cat behaviors. When a cat presses its paws rhythmically into a blanket, pillow, or person, it is often echoing kittenhood. Nursing kittens need their mother's belly to stimulate milk flow. In adult cats, kneading seems associated with comfort, relaxation, bonding, and the creation of a secure resting place. Some cats purr while kneading, drool slightly, or enter a trance-like state. It is a behavior of memory, not necessarily conscious memory, but bodily memory. The adult cat's paws repeat the movement of the kitten that once pushed against warmth and milk. Humans find this touching because it reveals how much of early life remains inside the adult animal. But kneading can also include scent marking from glands in the paws, once again blending comfort and territory. Cats often do several things at once: affection, self-soothing, marking, and preparation for rest can all overlap. The sudden bursts of running, often called zoomies, are another behavior with scientific roots. Cats are built for short, explosive activity, not steady endurance. After long periods of rest, energy can be released in fast movement, especially at dawn, dusk, or night, when cats are naturally more active. Indoor cats may display zoomies because they have fewer opportunities to hunt, climb, patrol, and explore. What looks like madness may simply be stored energy finding an outlet. Staring into corners or reacting to unseen things also has a natural explanation. Cats hear frequencies and small noises humans miss. They may detect insects in walls, distant movement, air currents, or faint sounds from pipes and buildings. Their sensory world is richer in certain details than ours. When a cat appears to stare at nothing, it may be attending to something too subtle for human perception. The science of cat behavior also reveals that cats are social, but not social in the same way as dogs or humans. Their wild ancestors were mostly solitary, yet domestic cats have become socially flexible. They can live alone, in bonded pairs, in colonies around food resources, or in multi-cat households if conditions are right. But feline social life depends heavily on territory, early experience, personality, and resource distribution. Many conflicts between cats arise not from hatred, but from forced proximity, lack of escape routes, competition over food, litter boxes, resting places, or human attention. A peaceful multi-cat home usually needs multiple resources in different locations, vertical space, hiding places, and careful introductions. Cats do not always settle disputes openly. They may block doorways, stare, chase, avoid, or create stress through subtle intimidation. Understanding this hidden social pressure is essential to cat welfare. A home that seems calm to humans may feel tense to a cat if it cannot move freely or access resources without passing a rival. Finally, science reminds us that behavior is communication. A cat that urinates outside the litter box may be sick, stressed, in pain, frightened, or unhappy with the box conditions. A cat that bites during petting may be overstimulated, or may have signaled discomfort before the bite. A cat that hides constantly may need security, medical evaluation, or environmental change. A cat that scratches furniture needs proper scratching opportunities, not punishment. The more humans understand feline behavior, the less they need to interpret cats as spiteful, evil, arrogant, or impossible. Cats are not tiny humans, and they are not small dogs. They are cats, predators with prey instincts, solitary roots with social flexibility, territorial minds with emotional bonds, independent animals capable of deep attachment. Their behavior is a language written in posture, scent, rhythm, sound, and movement. To study it is to see that the domestic cat is not mysterious because it lacks meaning. It is mysterious because its meaning belongs to a different animal world, one that has been living beside us for thousands of years, while still seeing, smelling, hearing, and feeling the home in ways we only partly understand. Chapter 15. How cats communicate with humans. Cats communicate with humans in a language that is quiet, layered, and often misunderstood. Unlike dogs, which tend to make their intentions obvious through enthusiastic movement, direct social signals, and long cooperation with human commands, cats speak in subtler ways. Their communication is built from sound, posture, scent, touch, distance, routine, and choice. A cat does not always announce its emotions loudly. It may communicate by sitting near someone without touching them, by blinking slowly from across the room, by rubbing its cheek on a doorway, by lifting its tail as it approaches, by turning its ears slightly to the side, by choosing one lap and ignoring another, or by leaving the room when the atmosphere becomes too loud. To understand feline communication, one must first accept that cats do not express themselves primarily for human convenience. They evolved as small, mostly solitary hunters, not as pack animals whose survival depended on constant, visible coordination. Their signals were originally designed to manage territory, avoid conflict, find mates, raise kittens, and negotiate brief social encounters. When cats entered human life, they did not abandon this language. Instead, they adapted it. Modern domestic cats communicate with people using ancient feline signals mixed with behaviors shaped specifically by living beside humans. One of the clearest examples is the meow. Many people imagine meowing as the basic language of all cats, but adult cats do not usually meow at each other as constantly as they meow at humans. Kittens meow to call their mothers, and adult cats use many vocalizations with each other, but the everyday domestic meow is especially important in human-cat communication. Cats appear to have learned that humans are responsive to sound. We are less skilled at reading scent marks, tail angles, whisker tension, or tiny changes in posture. But we notice voices. A cat that meows near a food bowl often receives food. A cat that meows by a closed door may see the door open. A cat that meows at night may cause a human to wake up, speak, move, or pay attention. Over time, individual cats develop personal vocal habits. Some are nearly silent, while others become talkative companions. Some use short chirps as greetings, long drawn-out cries as demands, soft trills as friendly invitations, or sharp repeated meows as signs of frustration. A cat's meow is not a human word, but it can become a shared household signal. The meaning comes from context, repetition, and relationship. A person who lives with a cat often learns that one sound means hunger, another means open this, another means follow me, and another simply means I know you are here. The slow blink is one of the most famous and tender forms of feline communication. When a relaxed cat looks at a person and slowly closes and opens its eyes, it is often interpreted as a sign of trust or peaceful intention. In the animal world, direct staring can be threatening, especially between predators or rivals. A cat that softens its gaze and closes its eyes in another being's presence is showing that it does not feel the need to remain fully guarded. Humans can sometimes answer with a slow blink of their own, creating a small ritual of calm recognition. This gesture is powerful because it requires almost nothing. It is not dramatic affection. It is not obedience. It is a quiet exchange of safety. The cat is saying, in its own way, I am comfortable enough to lower my guard near you. For an animal with deep instincts of caution, that is meaningful. The tail is another important instrument of communication. A cat approaching with its tail upright often signals friendly confidence, especially if the tail has a slight curve at the tip. This raised tail probably comes from feline social behavior between familiar cats and from kitten-mother communication. And in the human home, it often appears as a greeting. A cat walking toward its owner with a vertical tail may be expressing recognition, comfort, and social openness. A puffed tail, by contrast, signals fear, arousal, or defensive alarm. The cat is trying to appear larger in the face of danger. A low or tucked tail may suggest anxiety or submission, while a lashing tail can signal irritation, excitement, conflict, or predatory focus depending on context. Humans often misread tail movement because in dogs, a wagging tail is usually associated with friendliness, though even that is more complex than people think. In cats, a rapidly moving tail often warns that emotional pressure is rising. A cat being stroked may begin with soft enjoyment, then slowly twitch the tail more sharply. If the person ignores this signal, the cat may bite or leave. The bite seems sudden to the human, but the cat may feel it already gave a warning. Ears, whiskers, and body tension also reveal a cat's emotional state. Forward-facing ears can show interest or relaxed attention. Flattened ears can indicate fear, anger, or the wish to avoid contact. Ears turned sideways, sometimes called airplane ears, may show uncertainty, irritation, or overstimulation. Whiskers pushed forward can mean curiosity or hunting focus, while whiskers pulled back may appear with fear or discomfort. A relaxed cat's body has softness, loose muscles, a comfortable posture, half-closed eyes, and easy breathing. A tense cat compresses itself, freezes, crouches, or prepares to flee. Humans often focus only on one signal, but cats communicate through the whole body. A purring cat with a stiff body and flattened ears is not saying the same thing as a purring cat sprawled loosely in a sunbeam. Context completes the message. Touch is one of the most intimate parts of feline communication. When a cat rubs its face or body against a human, it is often showing affiliation. But it is also scent marking. Cats have scent glands around the cheeks, chin, forehead, and other areas, and rubbing transfers familiar scent onto people and objects. To humans, this feels like affection, and it often is. But in feline terms, it also makes the person part of the cat's safe scent environment. The cat is saying, "You belong in my world." Head bunting, when a cat presses or bumps its head against a person, can be especially affectionate. It is usually offered to trusted individuals and combines scent marking with social bonding. Kneading, too, can be communicative. A cat kneading a person or blanket may be expressing comfort, security, and deep relaxation, echoing kittenhood when kneading helped stimulate milk from the mother. Even sitting on a person's clothes, laptop, book, or bed may carry social meaning. Cats are drawn to warmth, scent, attention, and important household objects. A cat lying on a keyboard may not understand work, but it understands that this object holds human focus. By placing itself there, the cat enters the center of the person's world. Distance is also communication. A cat that follows a person from room to room but does not sit on their lap may still be deeply attached. Many cats prefer proximity without constant touch. They want to share space, observe, and rest nearby. This can be one of the most misunderstood forms of feline affection. Humans may expect love to look like cuddling, but for many cats, love looks like presence. The cat chooses to be in the same room. It sleeps with its back turned because it trusts the person behind it. It exposes its belly not always as an invitation to touch, but as a sign of comfort and vulnerability. Many people are scratched because they see the belly and assume it means, "Pet me here," when for a cat it may simply mean, "I feel safe enough to relax." Communication fails when humans translate cat behavior too directly into human or dog behavior. The cat's message is often more precise and more conditional. "I trust you" does not always mean, "touch me anywhere." "I like you" does not always mean, "hold me." "I am near you" may mean more than a dramatic display. Cats also communicate through routine. They learn the patterns of a household with remarkable accuracy: waking times, feeding times, work hours, bedtime rituals, the sound of a specific cupboard, the difference between ordinary shoes and travel bags, the emotional tone of voices. A cat may wait by the door before a person arrives, not through magic, but through learned timing, sound, and pattern recognition. It may guide a human to the food bowl, the litter box, a closed room, or even another animal in distress. Some cats become skilled at using humans as problem-solving partners. They lead, pause, look back, vocalize, and repeat until the human follows. This is communication built from attention and shared life. The longer a cat and human live together, the more private their language becomes. It may include tiny rituals no outsider would recognize: a morning chirp, a particular place for greeting, a certain kind of blink, a paw placed on the arm, a nighttime call, a demand for water from a sink, a silent request to lift a blanket. In the end, cat communication is not poor communication. It is simply not human communication. It asks for patience, observation, and respect for boundaries. Cats speak through small signals because their world is made of small signals. Scent on a chair leg, a sound inside a wall, a shift in posture, a safe route across a room, the difference between being watched and being stared at. When humans learn to read this language, the cat becomes less mysterious in one sense and more wonderful in another. We discover that the quiet animal beside us has been speaking all along, not in sentences, but in glances, tails, footsteps, touch, timing, and trust. Chapter 16. The Secret Life of Indoor and Outdoor Cats. Every cat lives in two worlds: the world humans see, and the world that belongs mostly to the cat itself. To a person, a cat may appear to spend the day sleeping on a chair, eating from a bowl, looking through a window, and occasionally demanding attention. But beneath this quiet, domestic surface is a rich, hidden life of territory, scent, memory, hunting instinct, observation, routine, and private movement. Whether a cat lives entirely indoors, wanders outdoors, or moves between house and garden, it is always building a map. This map is not only visual, it is made of smells, sounds, textures, heights, hiding places, warm surfaces, safe routes, dangerous corners, familiar humans, rival animals, feeding times, and invisible boundaries. A cat does not experience a home as a human does. Humans see rooms with names: kitchen, bedroom, hallway, bathroom. A cat experiences zones of comfort, risk, ownership, opportunity, and escape. The windowsill may be a lookout post. The sofa may be a scent-marked resting area. The closet may be a refuge. The top of a wardrobe may be a fortress. The space under the bed may be an emergency shelter. The door may be a border between known territory and the enormous mystery beyond it. Indoor cats are sometimes imagined as animals without much of a life, but this is not necessarily true. An indoor cat can have a very rich life if its environment allows it to behave like a cat. It needs places to climb, scratch, hide, watch, play, chase, rest, and control distance. The indoor cat's secret life often unfolds vertically. In the wild, height gives safety and information. A cat on a shelf, cat tree, cabinet, or windowsill is not merely being decorative, it is using the third dimension of the room. From above, it can observe without being easily touched. It can watch humans, other animals, birds outside, shadows, insects, and changes in the household. A high place gives confidence because it gives choice. Many anxious cats become calmer when they have safe, elevated resting spots. The indoor world may be smaller than the outdoor world, but it can still be complex. A sunbeam moves across the floor like a daily event. A cardboard box becomes a cave. A blanket carries the smell of a loved person. A dripping tap becomes a source of fascination. A closed door becomes an unsolved problem. A fly becomes an entire hunting expedition. To a cat, a small apartment can be full of dramas too subtle for humans to notice. The greatest challenge for indoor cats is that their hunting system remains alive even when no hunting is required. Food appears in bowls, but the body still expects pursuit, capture, and mental engagement. This is why play is not a luxury for indoor cats. It is a substitute for a missing ecological role. A wand toy, a rolling ball, a puzzle feeder, or a hidden treat can activate the sequence of searching, stalking, chasing, pouncing, and catching. Without these outlets, some indoor cats become bored or frustrated. They may attack ankles, scratch furniture, overeat, sleep excessively, or become irritable. Their secret life becomes too empty. The ideal indoor environment does not try to turn the cat into a soft ornament. It gives the ancient predator safe opportunities to express its nature. Windows are especially important because they connect the indoor cat to the moving world. Birds, leaves, rain, people, cars, insects, and light become a kind of living theater. Many cats spend hours watching, not because they are bored in a simple sense, but because observation itself is part of feline intelligence. A cat is a patient animal. It can study movement with an intensity humans rarely sustain. Outdoor cats live a different kind of secret life, one that is wider, riskier, and often more mysterious to their owners. A cat that leaves the house may follow routes unknown to any human, along fences, under cars, through gardens, over sheds, across walls, beneath hedges, into alleys, and around the edges of other cats' territories. The outdoor world is a network of paths and claims. Cats mark this world with scent from their cheeks, paws, urine, and body. They learn where other cats pass, where dogs live, where people feed them, where birds gather, where shelter can be found from rain, where danger waits. What seems like aimless wandering is often a carefully maintained patrol. A free-roaming cat may visit the same places in the same order, checking boundaries like a small landowner. It may avoid a certain corner because of a rival. It may sit under a particular bush because mice appear there. It may cross a road at the same point because that route feels familiar. The outdoor cat's territory may overlap with many others, creating a social world that is not exactly friendly, but not always violently hostile either. Cats can share space through timing. One cat uses a garden in the morning, another at night. One takes the wall, another takes the path below. Conflict is avoided by scent, distance, posture, and routine. When these systems fail, fights happen. For male cats that are not neutered, outdoor life can be especially driven by mating, competition, and roaming, which increases the risk of injury. For all outdoor cats, the outside world offers stimulation but also danger. Cars, dogs, disease, parasites, poison, traps, cruelty, harsh weather, and fights with other animals. There is also the serious ecological issue of predation. Cats are skilled hunters, and when allowed to roam freely, they may kill birds, small mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and insects. This does not make them evil. It makes them successful predators, placed by humans into environments that may not be able to absorb their hunting pressure. The same instinct that once protected grain stores can become a problem for wildlife, especially in fragile habitats and islands. The secret life of outdoor cats is therefore not only romantic, it is beautiful, dangerous, and ethically complicated. Indoor-outdoor cats occupy the border between these lives. To their humans, they may seem to leave for a while and return unchanged. But outside, they may have defended a path, watched prey, avoided danger, met another cat, rested in a neighbor's garden, and gathered a whole world of smells on their fur. When they come home and rub against furniture, they are not simply being affectionate. They are re-establishing the home as their safe center, covering unfamiliar outdoor scents with familiar indoor ones, reconnecting the outer territory with the inner territory. The home becomes the core of the map, the place of food, warmth, known voices, and deep sleep. This is one reason cats often sleep so heavily after outdoor activity. Sleep in cats is not laziness. It is recovery, energy conservation, and safety. Predators sleep a lot because hunting requires bursts of intense effort. Even indoor cats preserve this rhythm. They may seem idle, but their bodies are designed for cycles of rest and sudden action. Much of a cat's secret life happens at dawn and dusk, the crepuscular hours, when many small prey animals are active. Humans, living by clocks and artificial light, often misunderstand this rhythm. The cat that runs at night is not trying to be annoying. It is obeying an ancient schedule. In multi-cat homes, the secret life becomes even more layered. Humans may think cats are peacefully sharing a space, while the cats are negotiating access to food bowls, litter boxes, doorways, windows, and favored sleeping places. One cat may control a hallway simply by sitting in it. Another may avoid a room not because it dislikes the room, but because it fears the cat that waits there. Feline conflict is often quiet. Staring, blocking, chasing, scent marking, and subtle displacement can shape the emotional atmosphere of the home. Understanding the secret life of cats means understanding that space is never neutral to them. Every route matters. Every resource matters. Every escape option matters. The happiest cats are usually those that feel secure, stimulated, and able to choose. Whether indoors or outdoors, a cat wants a world it can read. It wants predictable safety and interesting movement. It wants territory without constant threat, companionship without forced contact, and activity without chaos. Humans often ask whether indoor or outdoor life is better, but the deeper answer depends on safety, environment, enrichment, and responsibility. Outdoor life may offer freedom and stimulation, but it brings danger to the cat and to wildlife. Indoor life may offer safety and longevity, but only if humans provide enough complexity for the cat's mind and body. The secret life of cats is not secret because cats hide everything from us. It is secret because we rarely slow down enough to see the world at their scale. A cat's life is written in tiny decisions: where to sit, when to move, what to smell, whom to trust, which route to take, which sound to follow, which shadow to watch. To live with a cat is to share space with an animal that is always interpreting the environment. Behind its calm face is a private geography. Behind its sleep is ancient alertness. Behind its quiet return from the garden or its long watch at the window is a whole invisible story of territory, instinct, curiosity, and survival. Chapter 17. Cats, Health, and the Human Bond. The relationship between cats and human health begins with something very simple: presence. A cat does not need to speak, advise, explain, or solve a person's problems in order to change the emotional atmosphere of a room. It may only be sleeping on a chair, stretching in a patch of sunlight, pressing its body against a leg, or purring quietly beside someone who feels alone. Yet that presence can matter deeply. Human beings are social animals, but not all forms of companionship have to be human. Sometimes the steady life of an animal offers a kind of comfort that human relationships cannot provide in the same way. A cat does not ask for a biography. It does not demand social performance. It does not require a person to be successful, interesting, cheerful, or impressive. It accepts routine, warmth, food, touch, and familiar patterns. For many people, especially those who live alone, work from home, struggle with anxiety, grieve, age, or pass through emotionally difficult periods, a cat becomes part of daily stability. The cat's ordinary needs create structure: feeding in the morning, changing water, cleaning the litter box, opening a door, playing in the evening, checking where it sleeps. These small rituals can anchor a day. They remind a person that life continues in repeated, manageable acts. In this sense, the health benefit of cats is not only about measurable biology, but about rhythm. A person may wake up because the cat expects breakfast. They may leave bed because something living depends on them. They may speak aloud because the cat is there to hear the voice. They may feel less invisible because another creature recognizes their movements and waits for them at the door. This bond does not cure every sadness, but it can soften the sharp edges of isolation. The sound of purring has become one of the most powerful symbols of feline comfort. Scientifically, purring is a complex behavior, and it does not always mean happiness. Cats may purr when stressed, sick, or in pain. But in the ordinary, peaceful setting of a trusted home, a relaxed cat's purr can be profoundly calming to humans. The vibration, repetition, and warmth of the animal create a sensory experience that feels steady and nonverbal. It is almost like a small, living engine of safety. The cat rests, the person rests with it, and the body begins to respond to the quiet pattern. Petting a cat can lower emotional arousal for many people because it gives the hands something gentle to do. The slow movement of stroking fur, the warmth of the body, the softness of the coat, and the visible relaxation of the animal can create feedback between human and cat. The person calms the cat, and the cat calms the person. This is one of the oldest forms of comfort, touch without explanation. In a world where people are often overwhelmed by screens, noise, messages, deadlines, and social pressure, the cat offers a slower form of attention. It brings the mind back to the present moment. The fur under the fingers, the weight on the lap, the tail curling, the eyes closing. Cats can also help human health through companionship that respects distance. Not everyone wants or can tolerate constant emotional intensity. Some people find dogs wonderful but overwhelming, because dogs often ask for active engagement, outdoor schedules, training, and visible social response. Cats can be different. They often offer what might be called quiet company. A cat may sit nearby while a person reads, writes, works, thinks, or cries. It does not necessarily interrupt. It simply shares the space. This kind of companionship can be especially meaningful for introverted people, elderly people, neurodivergent people, or anyone who feels comforted by presence but exhausted by constant interaction. The cat's independence becomes part of the therapy. It does not smother. It appears, disappears, returns, observes, chooses. When a cat chooses to sit near someone, the choice itself feels valuable. Its affection seems earned, not because the human dominates the animal, but because trust has grown. There is also a psychological benefit in caring for a creature that remains partly mysterious. A cat invites observation. People learn its habits, preferences, fears, and signals. They learn that one meow means food, another means frustration, another means greeting. They learn when the cat wants touch and when it wants space. This learning requires empathy, but a specific kind of empathy, not projecting human feelings too quickly, but noticing the animal as itself. In caring for a cat, a person practices attention to another being's boundaries. This can be emotionally healthy. A good relationship with a cat teaches that love is not control. It teaches that closeness can include respect for withdrawal, that affection can be quiet, that trust grows through patience. The cat bond is therefore not only comforting, it can be morally and emotionally educational. Of course, cats are not only gentle healers. The relationship also includes responsibility, inconvenience, and sometimes stress. A cat can wake people at night, scratch furniture, vomit on carpets, refuse food, hide during illness, or require expensive veterinary care. Allergies can make cat ownership difficult or impossible for some people. Cat bites and scratches can become infected. Parasites, litter hygiene, and zoonotic disease risks need sensible management, especially for pregnant people, immunocompromised individuals, or households with vulnerable members. Responsible cat care is part of responsible health. Romanticizing cats as magical medicine would be misleading. They are living animals with needs, instincts, and problems, not emotional tools created for human comfort. The human bond is healthiest when it benefits both sides. A cat that is treated as a toy, decoration, or substitute therapist without regard for its own welfare may become stressed, fearful, aggressive, or withdrawn. True companionship asks humans to provide food, safety, veterinary care, enrichment, clean litter, appropriate play, scratching surfaces, hiding places, and respect. The cat gives comfort most fully when it is itself comfortable. Human health and feline welfare are connected. The bond becomes strongest when the home is good for both. For children, cats can offer early lessons in gentleness and consent. A child who learns to approach a cat carefully, read its body language, stop when the cat walks away, and understand that love does not mean grabbing or forcing, learns something important about relationships in general. For older adults, cats can provide companionship without requiring the physical demands of a large dog. The daily routine of care may support memory, movement, and a sense of purpose. For people grieving, a cat can keep the home from becoming completely empty. It can be a warm body in the room after loss, a witness to sadness, a reason to maintain small routines when larger meanings feel broken. For people with anxiety, the predictability of a cat's habits may be grounding. For people with depression, the animal's dependence may create a modest but meaningful obligation to continue. These effects are not universal. Some people do not bond with cats, and not every cat is affectionate. But where the bond forms, it can become one of the most emotionally significant relationships in a person's life. The modern indoor cat has also changed the way humans think about home. A home with a cat is not a static space. It becomes shared territory. Objects gain feline meaning. The chair the cat prefers, the blanket it needs, the window it watches from, the box it refuses to abandon, the corner where it hides during storms. The cat's habits weave themselves into memory. Years later, a person may remember not only a period of life, but where the cat slept during that period, how it greeted them, what sound its paws made in the hallway, how it looked in the morning light. This is why the death of a cat can be so painful. The loss is not only the loss of an animal, it is the loss of a daily presence, a rhythm, a witness, a small consciousness that shared the private world of the home. People sometimes underestimate grief for pets because they imagine animals as replaceable. But a loved cat is not replaceable in the emotional sense, because the bond was built from thousands of small moments. The human-cat bond is quiet, but it is not shallow. In the long history of cats, this chapter is one of the most intimate. The wildcat came near humans for rodents. The village cat protected grain. The Egyptian cat entered religion. The ship cat crossed oceans. The Victorian cat entered shows and pedigrees. But the modern companion cat enters something even more private, the emotional interior of human life. It becomes part of loneliness, comfort, illness, recovery, routine, aging, creativity, grief, and love. It does not heal people by becoming less of an animal. It helps because it remains exactly what it is: warm, independent, alert, soft, strange, and alive. The cat reminds humans that not every bond needs words, not every comfort needs advice, and not every form of love announces itself loudly. Sometimes health begins with a quiet creature choosing to stay nearby. Chapter 18. The problem of stray, feral, and free-roaming cats. The history of cats is often told as a story of companionship, elegance, sacredness, and comfort. But one of its most difficult modern chapters is the problem of stray, feral, and free-roaming cats. This problem exists precisely because cats have been so successful. They are adaptable, fertile, skilled hunters, emotionally appealing to humans, and able to live in the spaces between full ownership and wild independence. A cat can belong to a family, to a farm, to a neighborhood, to no one, or to several people at once. It can sleep on a sofa at night and hunt outside by morning. It can be fed by a person who does not consider themselves its owner. It can be born under a shed, raised in an alley, sterilized by a rescue group, adopted into a home, abandoned by a moving family, or survive for years around markets, ports, warehouses, gardens, and apartment blocks. This blurred status makes cats unique, but it also creates enormous ethical, ecological, and public health challenges. To understand the problem, we need to distinguish between different kinds of free-living cats. A stray cat is usually a domestic cat that once had close contact with humans but has been lost, abandoned, or allowed to wander without reliable care. Many stray cats may still approach people, accept food, and sometimes return to life as pets. A feral cat, by contrast, is usually born and raised with little or no human socialization. It may look exactly like a pet cat because, biologically, it is still a domestic cat, but behaviorally, it is much closer to a wild animal. It fears human touch, avoids handling, and may never adapt comfortably to an indoor household. Free-roaming cats include owned cats allowed outdoors, community cats cared for by people but not privately owned, strays, and feral cats. These categories overlap, and real life is often messy. A cat can move from one category to another. A frightened stray may seem feral at first, then become friendly after weeks of feeding. A pet cat that roams freely may produce kittens outdoors, and those kittens may become feral if humans do not socialize them early. This fluidity is part of why the problem is so hard to solve. Cats reproduce quickly. A single unspayed female can have multiple litters, and kittens can begin reproducing while still young. In places where food and shelter are available, cat populations can grow rapidly unless sterilization is widespread. Human behavior is the root of much of the issue. Cats are abandoned when owners move, lose interest, cannot afford care, or fail to spay and neuter them. Some people allow cats to roam because they see outdoor freedom as natural. Others feed colonies out of compassion, but without sterilization, this feeding can support population growth. Cities and villages create shelter and food waste. Farms and ports attract rodents. Warm climates allow easier survival. All of this means that free-living cats are not simply a natural phenomenon. They are a human-created population, maintained by human settlement, human neglect, human affection, and human infrastructure. The most emotionally difficult part of the issue is that cats are both vulnerable animals and efficient predators. A feral cat living outdoors may face hunger, parasites, disease, cold, heat, injury, cars, dogs, poison, cruelty, and fights with other cats. Its life may be short and harsh compared with a safe indoor pet. From an animal welfare perspective, large stray and feral populations represent suffering. Kittens dying from infection, adults living with untreated wounds, cats spreading viruses among themselves, females exhausting themselves through repeated litters, and friendly strays slowly declining because no one takes full responsibility for them. At the same time, from an ecological perspective, free-roaming cats can place serious pressure on wildlife. Cats hunt even when they are fed. Hunting is not only hunger for them, it is instinctive behavior triggered by movement, sound, and opportunity. Birds, small mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and insects can all become prey. In ordinary urban areas, the ecological impact may be mixed and difficult to measure locally. But on islands and in fragile ecosystems, introduced cats can be devastating. Many island species evolved without mammalian predators and lack defenses against cats. Ground-nesting birds, small reptiles, and rare mammals can decline dramatically when cats are introduced. This creates a moral conflict that is not easy to resolve. People love cats and want to protect them, but protecting free-roaming cats without limits may harm other animals that are also worthy of protection. A sleeping cat in a rescue shelter and a vanished nesting bird are both part of the same ethical landscape. Public health adds another layer. Free-roaming cats can carry parasites, fleas, and infectious diseases. Rabies is a concern in some regions. Toxoplasma gondii, a parasite for which cats are the definitive host, can spread through cat feces and has implications for pregnant people, immunocompromised individuals, and some wildlife. Cat bites and scratches can become medically serious. These risks should not be exaggerated into panic or hatred of cats, but they should not be ignored either. Responsible management is based on realism. Cats are beloved, but they are not harmless shadows. They are living carnivores embedded in human environments. The debate over what to do with stray and feral cats is often intense because it brings together compassion, science, property, ecology, and grief. One common approach is trap, neuter, return, often called TNR. In this system, free-living cats are humanely trapped, sterilized, vaccinated where possible, marked, and returned to their territory. Supporters argue that TNR reduces reproduction, stabilizes colonies, prevents endless killing, and improves welfare by reducing mating, fighting, and kitten births. It also fits the emotional reality that many communities will not accept mass euthanasia of healthy cats. Critics argue that TNR does not remove cats quickly enough from the environment, especially in sensitive wildlife areas, and that feeding managed colonies can continue to support predation and disease risk. Both sides often care about animals, but they prioritize harms differently. Cat advocates focus on the suffering of cats and the need for humane solutions. Wildlife advocates focus on native species and ecosystems that cannot withstand introduced predators. The best answer may differ by location. A dense city neighborhood, a farm district, a protected bird reserve, and a small island cannot be treated as the same problem. In some places, TNR combined with adoption of friendly cats and kittens may reduce numbers over time. In other places, especially near endangered wildlife, removal and strict prevention of new colonies may be necessary. What almost never works is doing nothing. Unmanaged reproduction produces more suffering and more conflict. The most humane long-term solution begins before cats become stray or feral. Responsible ownership. Spaying and neutering, microchipping, identification, keeping cats indoors or in secure outdoor enclosures, not abandoning animals, adopting rather than casually breeding, and supporting shelters all reduce the problem at its source. Indoor cats can live rich lives when provided with play, climbing spaces, windows, scratching areas, puzzle feeding, and human attention. For people who want outdoor access, enclosed gardens, catios, leash training for some cats, or supervised time can offer compromise. The idea that every cat must roam freely to be happy is too simple. Freedom without safety may not be kindness, but the idea that every outdoor cat is a villain is also wrong. Cats are acting according to instincts humans carried around the world. The responsibility belongs to us. The problem of stray, feral, and free-roaming cats is ultimately a problem of human stewardship. We invited cats into our farms, ships, cities, homes, temples, and stories. We benefited from their hunting, cherished their companionship, and spread them across continents and islands. Now we must face the consequences of that shared history. The solution requires tenderness without denial and realism without cruelty. Cats deserve protection from suffering, but wildlife deserves protection from unnecessary predation. Communities deserve clean and safe neighborhoods, but compassion should guide policy. A stray cat at a doorway is not just a nuisance and not just a symbol of freedom. It is the visible result of thousands of years of closeness between two species and of modern choices about care, neglect, and responsibility. To tell the full story of cats honestly, we must include this uncomfortable chapter. The same animal that brought warmth to the human home can bring danger to a fragile ecosystem. The same independence we admire can become abandonment when humans refuse responsibility. The future of cats depends not only on loving them, but on managing that love wisely. Chapter 19. Cats in Art, Literature, and Popular Culture. Cats entered human culture long before they became internet celebrities, cartoon tricksters, or elegant figures on book covers. From the moment people began to live closely with cats, they also began to imagine them, paint them, carve them, write about them, fear them, laugh at them, and turn them into symbols. Few animals have moved so easily between the ordinary and the mythical. A cat can be a household companion, sleeping beside a stove, but in art, it can also become a goddess, a demon, a thief, a philosopher, a comic servant, a royal ornament, a magical guide, or a symbol of loneliness and independence. This flexibility is one reason cats appear so often in human creativity. Dogs usually carry meanings of loyalty, service, protection, and friendship. Horses often suggest nobility, speed, war, and travel. Birds may symbolize freedom or the soul, but cats are harder to reduce. They are domestic but not obedient, affectionate but not submissive, beautiful but predatory, playful but serious, small but strangely dignified. Artists and writers have always loved creatures that contain contradictions, and the cat is a living contradiction with whiskers. In ancient art, cats appear most famously in Egypt, where they were shown in tomb paintings, bronze statues, amulets, and sacred images connected with Bastet. These cats are often elegant, upright, still, and watchful. Their bodies seem simple, but their meaning is layered. Home, fertility, protection, divine power, and the mystery of an animal that belongs both to the household and to the gods. Egyptian cat statues influenced the lasting visual idea of the cat as a sacred, self-contained creature. Later cultures did not always treat cats with the same reverence, but they inherited something from this image: the seated cat as a figure of poise and hidden knowledge. In medieval European manuscripts, cats often appear in a very different way. They may be drawn in margins, chasing mice, stealing food, watching birds, or simply disrupting the serious world of scribes and monks. These images can be funny and surprisingly alive. A cat in a medieval margin does not always carry grand symbolism. Sometimes it is there because people knew exactly how cats behaved. They watched them pounce, scratch, sneak, and interrupt. In that sense, Medieval cat art can feel closer to modern cat memes than to temple statues. The cat is no longer only sacred, it is mischievous, inconvenient, and familiar. During the Renaissance and later European art, cats continued to appear in domestic scenes, portraits, still lifes, and symbolic compositions. A cat near a woman could suggest sensuality, household life, independence, or moral ambiguity, depending on context. A cat stealing food in a kitchen scene might represent appetite, disorder, or comedy. A cat in a child's portrait could show tenderness and family life. A black cat in darker imagery could suggest witchcraft, secrecy, or danger. The cat's meaning always depended on the world around it. Literature gave cats even more room to develop personalities. In folklore and fairy tales, cats often appear as clever survivors. One of the most famous is Puss in Boots, the cat who uses intelligence, deception, performance, and social strategy to transform his poor master's fate. Puss is not strong in the way a lion is strong, and not loyal in the simple way a dog is loyal. He is clever, theatrical, manipulative, and practical. He understands clothing, titles, fear, opportunity, and human vanity. This makes him one of the great cat figures in world storytelling, a small animal who wins not by force, but by reading the social world better than humans do. In poetry and literary prose, cats often become companions of solitude, especially for writers. A cat suits the image of the study. The desk, the lamp, the manuscript, the quiet room, the long night of thought. Many writers have admired cats because they seem to understand silence. They can share a room without demanding speech. They are present but not intrusive, affectionate but not needy, independent but not absent. This makes them ideal literary companions for figures of reflection, melancholy, wit, and eccentricity. Charles Baudelaire famously wrote of cats with sensual and mysterious admiration, linking them with beauty, luxury, and secret knowledge. T.S. Eliot turned cats into theatrical personalities in Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, creating playful names and social types that later inspired the musical Cats. Lewis Carroll gave literature one of its most unforgettable feline figures in the Cheshire Cat, whose grin remains after the body disappears. That image captures something essential about cats in culture. They seem capable of vanishing while leaving behind a feeling, a question, or a smile. In modern children's literature and animation, cats became both heroes and troublemakers. They can be magical helpers, spoiled house pets, alley survivors, comic villains, or sarcastic observers. The Cat in the Hat by Dr. Seuss is chaos in feline form. Charming, disruptive, rule-breaking, and impossible to fully control. Garfield is laziness, appetite, sarcasm, and domestic comfort turned into a comic personality. Tom, from Tom and Jerry, is both predator and victim, endlessly humiliated by the mouse he is supposed to catch. Hello Kitty transforms the cat into pure cuteness and global design, almost removing predatory mystery entirely and leaving a blank, gentle figure onto which people can project sweetness. The Aristocats turns cats into elegant musical aristocrats, while countless anime, comics, and films give cats magical, ghostly, robotic, heroic, or absurd forms. Each version selects one part of the cat and exaggerates it. Grace, mischief, hunger, sleepiness, mystery, cuteness, cruelty, dignity, or weirdness. Popular culture loves cats because they can become almost anything without ceasing to feel cat-like. The internet created perhaps the largest explosion of cat imagery in history. Cats were perfect for digital culture because they are visually expressive, unpredictable, and often unintentionally comic. A cat squeezing into a tiny box, knocking something off a table, staring blankly, reacting dramatically, sitting with strange posture, or interrupting a video call becomes instantly understandable across languages. Early internet culture produced famous cat images, captions, and memes. Cats asking for cheeseburgers, grumpy cats, keyboard cats, long cats, confused cats, screaming cats, judgmental cats. These images worked because they gave human captions to feline expressions while preserving the animal's alien dignity. The joke is often that the cat seems to have an inner life, a strong opinion, or complete contempt for human concerns. In reality, the cat may simply be reacting to a sound or sitting oddly, but humans cannot resist narrating it. Internet cats became shared emotional shorthand. They expressed annoyance, laziness, superiority, chaos, comfort, stupidity, wisdom, panic, and indifference. In a fast, anxious digital world, cat images became small rituals of relief. They were funny, harmless, familiar, and strangely soothing. At the same time, the internet also turned real cats into celebrities, giving individual animals global audiences. This changed the pet cat again. It became performer, brand, mascot, and emotional product. Some cats gained fame because of unusual faces, disabilities, markings, or personalities. This can create affection and awareness, but it also raises questions about treating animals as content. A cat does not know it is famous. It only knows whether its life is safe, comfortable, and respected. The best cat culture remembers the animal beneath the image. Across art, literature, and popular culture, cats have remained powerful because they resist final explanation. They can be sacred statues, medieval jokes, fairy tale tricksters, poetic muses, cartoon gluttons, gothic omens, lucky charms, anime spirits, children's companions, and viral memes. They move from temple to manuscript, from painting to poem, from cinema to smartphone screen. Yet the basic fascination stays the same. A cat looks back at us, and we feel that it has its own world. It does not fully perform for us, even when we turn it into performance. It lives beside human imagination, without being swallowed by it. That is why cats are everywhere in culture. They are close enough for us to love, strange enough for us to mythologize, and independent enough to remain interesting forever. Chapter 20. The Future of Cats. The future of cats will not be written only by cats. It will be written by humans, by cities, by science, by climate, by ethics, by technology, and by the changing shape of home itself. For thousands of years, cats have adapted to the worlds humans created. Farming villages, granaries, temples, ships, medieval towns, industrial cities, apartments, suburbs, shelters, and digital culture. They entered our lives because human civilization produced food stores, rodents, warmth, and shelter. They remained because we learned to love their presence. But the next chapter of their story will ask harder questions than the earlier ones. How should cats live in a world where wildlife is under pressure? Cities are expanding. People are lonelier. Veterinary medicine is advancing, and our understanding of animal welfare is becoming more serious. The cat of the future may still sleep in sunbeams and chase dust motes, but the human responsibilities surrounding it will become more complex. One of the clearest trends is the movement toward indoor or controlled outdoor living. For much of history, cats came and went freely. They hunted, mated, fought, explored, and returned if they wished. This freedom suited the old village, farm, and port cat model, but it creates problems in the modern world. Roads kill cats. Parasites and diseases spread among free-roaming animals. Unneutered cats reproduce rapidly. Outdoor cats can harm birds, reptiles, small mammals, and other wildlife, especially in sensitive ecosystems. As more people recognize these risks, the future may bring a stronger shift toward keeping cats indoors, in enclosed gardens, on balconies made safe, in catios, or under supervision. This does not have to mean dull lives. A well-designed indoor environment can give cats climbing structures, scratching surfaces, puzzle feeders, hiding places, window views, play routines, and safe sensory enrichment. The future of cat care may depend on understanding that safety alone is not enough. A cat protected indoors but deprived of stimulation is not truly well cared for. The goal is not simply to prevent danger, but to create a world where the cat can still be a cat, climbing, stalking, choosing, observing, scratching, resting, and exploring. Veterinary medicine will also shape the future of cats. Modern cats already live far longer than many cats of the past because of vaccination, parasite control, surgery, antibiotics, dental care, improved nutrition, and better diagnosis. In the future, genetic testing, preventive medicine, telemedicine, wearable health trackers, and more precise nutrition may become increasingly common. A collar or sensor might track changes in activity, sleep, heart rate, or litter box habits, warning owners of illness before obvious symptoms appear. Smart litter boxes may detect changes in urination that suggest kidney disease, diabetes, or urinary problems. DNA testing may help identify inherited disease risks or breed ancestry. These technologies could improve welfare if used wisely. Cats are famously good at hiding illness, an instinct inherited from animals that cannot afford to appear weak. Earlier detection could save lives. But technology can also create anxiety or turn the animal into a stream of data rather than a living companion. The future will need balance, using science to reduce suffering without forgetting the simple daily knowledge that comes from attentive care. A human who knows how their cat normally walks, eats, sleeps, plays, and greets them is already practicing one of the oldest forms of health monitoring. Genetics and breeding will be another major issue. The world of cat breeds has produced animals of great beauty and charm, but it has also created welfare concerns. Extreme flat faces can cause breathing, eye, dental, and birth problems. Folded ears may be linked to cartilage disorders. Very short legs, hairlessness, exaggerated size, or unusual body shapes can bring health complications if appearance is valued above function. The future of ethical breeding will likely require stricter standards, genetic screening, and a willingness to reject traits that harm the animal. A cat should not suffer because humans find a certain look fashionable. At the same time, genetic knowledge may help preserve healthy diversity, reduce inherited diseases, and support responsible breeding. The healthiest future may belong not to the most extreme cats, but to cats whose bodies can function naturally. Cats that can breathe easily, jump, groom, see, hear, reproduce safely if bred, and live without chronic pain. Beauty in cats should be understood as the beauty of a healthy animal, not only the beauty of novelty. Shelters and rescue systems will continue to play a central role. In many parts of the world, stray and unwanted cats remain a serious problem. The future must include widespread spaying and neutering, microchipping, adoption programs, community education, and better support for people who struggle to keep their pets. Many cats become homeless not because they are unloved, but because humans face poverty, housing instability, illness, migration, or lack of access to veterinary care. A humane future for cats must therefore include humane systems for people. Pet-friendly housing, affordable sterilization, emergency foster care, and public education can prevent abandonment before it happens. Rescue work is not only the act of saving one cat from the street, it is the creation of conditions where fewer cats end up there. The management of feral and community cats will remain one of the most difficult debates. Some places may rely on trap-neuter return, especially where colonies are stable and wildlife risk is lower. Other places, particularly islands and protected habitats, may need stricter removal and prevention strategies to protect endangered species. The future will require local solutions rather than slogans. Loving cats does not mean ignoring ecological damage, and caring about wildlife does not require cruelty toward cats. The best policies will be guided by evidence, compassion, and the specific conditions of each environment. Urban design may also change the lives of cats. As more people live in apartments, cats may become even more popular because they fit smaller homes better than many dogs. But apartment life must be adapted to feline needs. Future housing could include built-in climbing shelves, secure balcony systems, quiet pet areas, washable surfaces, and designs that allow animals to observe without being constantly disturbed. Cat cafes, therapy cat programs, workplace cats, library cats, and community cats may also continue to shape how people experience feline companionship outside private ownership. But again, the welfare of the cat must come first. A cat used for human comfort in a public setting needs choice, retreat, rest, and protection from overstimulation. The future of cats in human mental health will likely grow, because loneliness is one of the major emotional problems of modern life. Cats can provide companionship, routine, touch, and quiet presence. For elderly people, single adults, remote workers, and people coping with grief or anxiety, cats may become even more important. Yet this bond should not become sentimental exploitation. Cats are not medicines with tails. They are living beings with their own emotional and physical needs. The healthiest human-cat bond is mutual. Humans receive comfort, and cats receive safety, respect, and a rich environment. Digital culture will also keep changing cats. The internet has made cats global icons, but future technologies may intensify this further. Artificial intelligence, augmented reality, pet cameras, automatic toys, and social media platforms may create new forms of interaction. People already watch their cats remotely, speak to them through devices, and record their behavior for entertainment. Some technology may enrich cats' lives, especially interactive feeders and toys that reduce boredom. But the danger is that cats become content before they are cared for. A viral cat is still an animal. Its dignity does not depend on views, and its needs do not disappear because people find it funny. The future of cat culture should remember the difference between celebrating cats and using them. climate change may also affect cats in indirect ways. Warmer temperatures can influence parasite ranges, disease patterns, wildlife vulnerability, and the survival of outdoor cats. Extreme weather may increase risks for stray animals. Human displacement can lead to pet abandonment during crises. At the same time, conservation efforts may become more urgent, increasing pressure to manage free-roaming cat populations responsibly. The cat, once spread by human expansion, will now live within the consequences of that expansion. Its future is tied to the future of ecosystems. In the end, the future of cats may depend on a simple but profound shift from ownership to stewardship. To own a cat is to possess it legally. To steward a cat is to understand its nature and take responsibility for its life. Stewardship asks us to provide safety without boredom, affection without control, breeding without harm, rescue without denial, technology without obsession, and love without ecological blindness. The cat of the future will still be ancient in its heart. It will still blink slowly from across the room, stalk invisible prey, knead soft blankets, claim cardboard boxes, and sleep with the deep confidence of a predator that trusts its shelter. But the world around it will be different. The best future is one in which humans finally understand the whole cat. Not just the cute cat, not just the sacred cat, not just the meme cat, not just the hunter, not just the comfort animal, but all of them together. The cat has lived beside us for thousands of years without ever becoming fully ours. The next chapter will test whether we can love that independence wisely.